I think we're going to try and get started if you want to take your seats. Can I pour you some water?
Yes, thank you.
You are moderating and sort of
Yes, I'm double hatting.
Pardon?
I'm double hatting. Good morning. I think we're going to slowly try and get started. Great. People are still trickling in. Excellent. I think we'll get started with this fifth panel, which is in many ways, I think, a bridge panel between the discussion that you started yesterday afternoon, talking a little bit about shock migration and responses to geopolitical shocks, and moving into a discussion, I think will be a very rich discussion in the panel right before lunch on ethical questions around the moral duties of states to admit refugees and immigrants. I think the material from this panel really touches on both those elements. We are, as I'll explain in a moment, one person down, unfortunately. Andrea de Bonis was unable to join us at the last moment and sends his apologies. But we'll try to bring some of his perspective into our discussion. Can everybody hear me? Better? Okay. And I'm double hatting, serving as moderator and also introducing the discussion with my short paper. My name is Jennifer Welsh. I'm a professor in the SPS department here at the EUI in international relations. And I have worked both in the academic field and policy field on the principle of the responsibility to protect, which I'll talk a little bit more about and its potential relevance to our discussion this morning. And I'll introduce our other speakers as we go along. But let me start with my short paper to try to frame the issue for our panel. And it had a very modest aim, and that was really to examine and discuss why and how the principle of responsibility to protect could be relevant to thinking about Europe's response to the Lampedusa dilemma. The principle of the responsibility to protect which was endorsed unanimously by states at the 60th anniversary summit of the United Nations, which is focused on the collective responsibility to protect populations from acts which the international community have stigmatized as crimes. So genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and ethnic cleansing. It's also a responsibility to prevent those crimes from arising, but also, and this is crucial, the responsibility to assist states to fulfill their protection responsibilities. And as I alluded to in the paper, one of the ideas underpinning the responsibility to protect, which is the idea of sovereignty as responsibility, actually arose in the context of the work of the Special Representative to the Secretary General on Internally Displaced Peoples, Francis Deng, who was one of the first officials to play that role in his thinking about working with sovereign states over the very delicate issue of internally displaced peoples, and presenting to states the idea of a partnership between states and the international community in terms of the function of protection. And so when he was trying to open doors for himself as a policymaker in discussing with states how they could better protect their populations, he introduced this notion of sovereignty as responsibility. Now, as I've argued elsewhere, it's actually not all that new a conception of sovereignty. In many ways, if you go back to social contract theory and early thinking around sovereignty, it always implied the responsibility of the sovereign or the state to protect its population, and that was an important part of social contract theory. But what is new or more controversial is the notion that the international community might have not just a right, but also a responsibility to protect populations. That's a newer idea, and some would say a contested idea. Now, what I've outlined in the paper is how the responsibility to protect, from its early formulation and its endorsement in 2005, is now conceived of as resting on three pillars. The first pillar being the primary responsibility of the state, and I know we've discussed it, to protect its population from these crimes, which involves, in some cases, ratifying appropriate legislation, conducting a risk assessment, improving its own capacity to protect. That's the first pillar. And the second pillar, which calls upon the international community, acting through the UN and other organizations, to help states fulfill these responsibilities. For example, by encouraging states to meet their legal obligations, helping them build protection capacity, or providing what I like to think of as a boost capacity, extra protection capacity in times of crisis. And that can be through peacekeeping or stabilization, it can be through civilian experts, it can be through humanitarian assistance or other forms of assistance. The final pillar, the third pillar, is what people usually think about when they think about the principle of the responsibility to protect, because it is the most controversial. And that is the notion that if a state is manifestly failing to protect its population, that states have a residual responsibility to respond in a timely and decisive manner through diplomatic and political tools, but if necessary and if peaceful means prove inadequate, through military means. And there have been instances in which military means have been used as part of the fulfillment of the responsibility to protect. But as I stress in the paper, there's a variety of mechanisms that states have at their disposal, and indeed that other actors have at their disposal, to prevent such crimes or responding to their commission. And states over time, and it's not difficult to understand why, given the controversy over the use of force for protection purposes, have expressed a preference for non-coercive means. And with respect to our discussion over this 2 days, the UN Secretary General has explicitly discussed the potential contributions states can make in preventing or responding to atrocity crimes through ensuring grants of asylum and refraining from refoulement of persons fleeing violence. And more specifically, in relation to the ongoing crisis in Syria, neighboring countries, particularly Jordan, have been identified and praised for accepting refugees as part of fulfilling the international responsibility to protect. So that's just a very general overview of the principle, which, as I suggest in the paper, may be relevant to our discussion in some of its incarnations. With respect to Europe and the responsibility to protect, as I outlined very briefly in the paper, European states, both individually but also as part of the European Union, have been among the strongest supporters of the principle, both at the United Nations but also in Geneva through the work of the various human rights bodies in Geneva. And they have, through the European Parliament, been encouraged to come up with a more concrete proposal within the Commission and the External Action Service for how the European Union can fulfill its responsibility to protect. And that includes updates on the implementation of the principle in the High Representative's annual report, better integrating responsibility to protect in the European Union's programs on development assistance, conflict mediation, and crisis response. Now, that agenda, as I could elaborate on, is still very much a work in progress. But there are concrete cases in which the EU has used civilian and military stabilization efforts to focus on protecting civilians. They did so in Eastern Chad, and they have much more recently in the Central African Republic. But all of what I've outlined here is responsibility to protect as something we do outside our borders. And I've been gingerly discussing in Brussels how responsibility to protect needs to be turned inward, partly in a preventive sense, and I won't go into details here, with respect to some of the root causes for atrocity crimes, so around racial discrimination, hate speech, et cetera, within Europe and the Roma population, but also in terms of thinking about refugees and asylum seekers, and indeed what Martin yesterday referred to as responses to shock migration. And what I suggest in the paper, if the spirit behind responsibility to protect is that of a collective responsibility, as opposed to a discretionary right, then European states need to ask themselves what action they're taking as part of that shared task of protection. And what I do in the paper is look at very, very briefly, because I'll be the first to admit it's not my expertise patch, on irregular migration and the response to shock migration. So as I talk about in the first section, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has estimated that more than 130,000 migrants and asylum seekers have arrived in Europe by sea so far in 2014. And if you look at some of the data that you've also discussed yesterday, you can see increases in that movement. And Turkey was the main recipient of asylum applications in the region. But as I highlight in the paper, and I don't know, apologies if you discussed this yesterday, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Migrants, Mr. Francois Crépeau, issued an open letter to the EU expressing criticism about the Union's migration policies. And in the report, he drew attention to a number of points of concern, which I outline in the paper. He charged that European states are losing control over their borders, that repressive policies without regular migration channels for asylum seekers only entrench activities such as smuggling and underground labor markets. He talks about a more concerted effort being required from European member states to assist the frontline states, such as Italy, Greece, and Spain. And he says at the end of his comments, while it may constitute an administrative offense, irregular migration is not a crime. So his report is very interesting, and you can see the EU's, and I won't go into all of the detail on it, but the EU's view or the EU's response can be found in the proceedings of the last Human Rights Council's interactive dialogue with that particular special rapporteur, as well as the response they gave to the report of the special rapporteur. The EU claims that effective border management and fast and efficient returns and the principle of non-refoulement are vital to ensure the integrity of the EU migration system. And they talk about, in responding to this critique of not sufficient attention to human rights, that the EU pursues the protection of migrants' rights in a number of ways. Now, as I suggest in the paper, despite the arguments advanced by the EU, there's clearly unease that remains on the part of a number of member states concerning the Union's approach to irregular migration and the perception that security concerns trump human rights. And the adaptation of the EU's response to migration constitutes a priority, we know, of the current Italian presidency of the Council of the European Union. Now, that's the first section on irregular migration, where I think it's more of a stretch to draw a connection to responsibility to protect, though not completely. I think with respect to shock migration, there's more opportunity. It more directly relates to the acts covered by responsibility to protect, particularly if we look at the current situation in Iraq today, which I highlight very briefly in the paper. I think up until now, the challenge with respect to shock migration has been posed most tragically by the ongoing events in Syria, where clear evidence has been found of both war crimes and crimes against humanity. But in Iraq today, there's an estimated 5.2 million people who are now in need of humanitarian and protection assistance. Now, of course, that breaks down into categories of the population. About 1.8 of those are displaced and residing in the Kurdistan region, and 215,000 of them are themselves Syrian refugees. But also, I think, and I don't know if this was raised yesterday, given current trends in internal displacement in Ukraine, we had a very interesting discussion actually with Bridget Laffin last week on displacement from Ukraine and the failure to address the deteriorating situation for vulnerable populations there. The EU may also face a more proximate challenge. Now, as the speakers yesterday suggested, policymakers face, roughly, we could break them down, 4 policy options for thinking about fulfilling their protection responsibilities. Permanent protection by admitting refugees and granting them full refugee status, protection by admitting refugees on a temporary basis, containment, which I think Martin discussed yesterday, aimed at keeping refugees either within their shock country or in neighboring countries, and or doing nothing. And as Martin's analysis suggests, there's been a move away from permanent or temporary protection to policies focused on containment. And his paper talked about how there may be long-run consequences to that short-term strategy. But I think if we look at the situation, particularly in Iraq, and we think of containment, there are serious questions to be asked about whether displaced communities can contemplate returning to their original homelands, given the degree to which ISIL has exploited and fueled sectarian tensions in that country and damaged the social fabric. The witnesses that have reported to human rights monitors recount cases in which the local population, even neighbors, have collaborated with ISIL fighters and helped them to point out religious minorities or those who have supported Iraqi security forces. So there are a number of states, and I gave you in the footnote some of the deliberations going on in Canada who are considering radical refugee strategies, very, very large numbers of refugees, both from Syria and Iraq. But I raised the broader question at the end of the paper, and this is really a segue into the discussion you'll be having later this morning with David Miller and Joseph Cairns and Matthew Gibney, about whether choice and discretion are the right lenses to which to examine responses to shock migration. While a citizenship-based framework might help to guide states' policies with respect to honoring the right of free movement, it may be of limited value in addressing the claims of forced migrants seeking protection. The principle of responsibility to protect magnifies the imperative of protection for two reasons. First, it focuses on the sharpest edge of protection and the greatest threats to human security: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, ethnic cleansing. But secondly, it posits a collective responsibility to protect populations from these acts. And as David Miller has suggested, and I found his work on collective responsibility very helpful in this respect, the next step is for us, I think, to think more systematically about how to distribute this collective responsibility. Is it according to proximity? That's problematic when we think about, as Joseph suggests in his paper, the burden that's placed on states who reside close to the crisis, historical ties, capacity. We need to think more systematically and how to design a fair burden-sharing scheme for accommodating populations fleeing widespread and systematic violence. So I'll stop there. That's my very broad framing and trying to provocatively suggest how this principle might help us in some ways. I'm going to turn it over now to Philippe, who is a Jean Monnet Chair for European Law on Immigration and Asylum at the EUI. He was also previously a professor at Sciences Po and was head of the Center for Public Law at the University, is this Brussels? In Brussels in 1999. And from 2001 to 2003, he was an advisor at the European Commission in charge of drafting proposals for directives on immigration. So I'm going to turn it over to Philippe now for his presentation, and we've both taken a little longer because we have space, and then we'll allow Ilse to come in as discussant. So Philippe, you've got PowerPoint, do you? Yes. Do you want to switch with me? Be a bit closer.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Well, from the responsibility to protect in case of war crimes, genocide, there is, of course, not a step which is not very far from responsibility to protect for people fleeing persecution, in other words to say so, refugees. What I'm going to try to do is to look at EU law. And first of all, I would like to recap a little bit the situation in international law. Well, actually, international refugee law is more advanced than international migration law. For refugees, we have one convention, and it is largely ratified. And we have an international organizations like UNHCR. For migration, we have several conventions, but poorly ratified, and we do not have really an organization with a strong mandate. The IOM is, of course, not the equivalent of the UNHCR. The situation is the same in EU law. There also the asylum policy is more advanced, and the ambition of the EU is to build a common European asylum system, which is a very ambitious goal, despite the fact that you can, of course, discuss what this precisely means. But if you compare this ambition in the field of asylum to the agenda for migration, and in particular legal migration, well, you see a huge difference. The ambition of what the EU has done regarding migration is very little compared to asylum, despite the fact that there is also a goal to build a common policy. But the question is, of course, again, what is a common policy? And even, and I was thinking yesterday to the words of Joseph Weiler, is this really manageable? Don't we hide diversity between member states behind this common goal? Despite the fact that we have done progress in the field of migrations, in the field of asylum, since, I would say, almost 15 years when the EU policy in that field was launched, I think that there are two very important challenges that remain. First of all, we still do not know really how to deal with what I have called the territorial paradigm. And secondly, and this is of course linked to the first question, we do not know really how to implement solidarity. First, the territorial paradigm. Well, they are actually underlying principles of migration and asylum law that are very often not quoted. But the fact is that for a migrant, you can only in principle apply from your country of origin. You cannot apply in the country of destination as a principle. Otherwise, if you do, and if you do not have a right, you enter into the issue of legalization. Why is this so? Well, I will come to that question, but just to say now that for asylum, actually it is the country. You cannot apply from the country of origin, the country of persecution, and you have to arrive in the country of destination. You have to be on the territory. Why again? Well, the first question, why regarding immigration is quite clear. States prefer to deal with applicants as long as they are outside the territory. Because then, if they are rejected, you don't have the problem of returning the persons. Because, of course, returning is much more difficult. The ideal situation for a state is to reject the claim of an immigrant as long as the immigrant is outside. Now, regarding asylum, the answer is different, and actually it goes back to the Geneva Convention, when the idea of national sovereignty was still extremely important. The idea was that you only become a refugee once you have crossed an international border. What happens behind the border was at that time, in 1951, considered as internal affairs. It was already changing at that time, but there was still the idea that it was not something that other states had to manage. Now, regarding the issue of protection for asylum seekers, and when you think about legal instruments like the Geneva Convention or human rights instruments, we have a question about the territorial paradigm. Jurisdiction is the criteria used by lawyers to define the scope of those legal instruments. And jurisdiction is mainly and traditionally, historically considered as territorial, linked to the territory. So we have a problem nowadays. because now since almost 20 years, states are using extraterritorial controls. They act outside their territory to contain migration, including asylum seekers. So there has been a de facto shift in the control. And then the problem is, of course, to see if you can also do a de jure shift regarding rights. Otherwise, you have a gap, you have instruments that are not in line anymore with the new type of controls. And by the way, something which is extremely interesting is the fact that the right to leave is again nowadays challenged. Well, we could think that this was a story dated to the Cold War, where the states belonging to what was at that time called the communist bloc were blocking their citizens to leave their own country. Well, the issue now is coming back, because due to extraterritorial controls, Western states are now preventing, at least to a certain extent, people to leave their country of origin. So that's a new debate that we have to take into consideration about that whole discussion of jurisdiction. Now, I don't have the time, and I think also that it's not the audience, because I have been asked to not be too technical and not to enter into very legal discussions. There is an issue, there is an evolution about the notion of jurisdiction. It is not anymore purely territorial. And more and more judges accept to consider that jurisdiction can happen when a state has effective control of either a territory, which is not its own territory, due, for instance, to military occupation, or of persons. The problem being to define what does it mean, effective control of persons. Most of the cases that we have seen till now that have been dealt with by judges relate to persons that are detained and so really effectively under the control of one state. Now, I ask one question. What about extraterritorial controls like visas? Visas is the most common tool used nowadays to prevent unlegitimate travels and arrivals, for instance, in the European Union. What about these controls? Is a state, when imposing a visa to the nationals of another state, acting in a way that its jurisdiction could be triggered? Well, I've taken one quote of the judge Pinto de Albuquerque in a very recent case, Irsi versus Italy in 2012, a famous case where Italy has been sentenced for sending back people to Libya after having intercepted them at sea. And the idea was that the principle of non-refoulement does apply on the high sea, which is actually a position quite commonly accepted, with one exception, the US Supreme Court. Now, you see the quote of Judge Pinto de Albuquerque, which is very tough, I think, extremely strong, because when he says that if a person in danger of being tortured in his or her country asks for asylum in an embassy of a state bound by the European Convention on Human Rights, a visa to enter the territory has to be granted. So it's mandatory to give a visa to that person in order to allow that person to come to the EU and then to apply for asylum. And he does insist very clearly that this is not a question of discretion, but that the visa policy is subject to obligations under international human rights law. Well, I have to say that I'm a bit puzzled by that opinion of judge, in particular that it is considered as concurring, as going in the same sense as the court. And I would like to remember you of the story of Aristides de Sousa Mendes, who was the consul of Portugal in the south of France before the Second World War. And he was facing the arrival of Jewish refugees trying to escape, of course, what was happening and coming out of Germany. And he had clear instruction from his government to not give visas. And he decided to do the contrary, to listen to his conscience, and he was fired. He had to leave the diplomatic service of Portugal, and he really died in miserable conditions afterwards. Well, looking to the opinion of Judge De Pinto, what should we advise nowadays to diplomats of the European Union when they are in third countries and they could face requests similar to the one quoted by the judge? So, I'm not sure that we have really changed the paradigm, the territorial paradigm. There is an evolution. And some lawyers consider that now more and more we go to a functional paradigm. But it's still, there is still a big discussion about it. For instance, when you use a drone to kill somebody in another country, to which extent do you fall under the jurisdiction of your states for what you do abroad? The answers of lawyers are not unanimous on such a point. And then in order to not discuss too much that paradigm and to maybe to avoid to change this paradigm, which would be very difficult and very problematic, because if you change completely the paradigm, then of course it would mean that, for instance, the European Court of Human Rights would become competent for all crimes committed by European army in the world. And is that manageable? I come from a country, Belgium, that had decided to use universal competence for criminal law. And we quickly became in Brussels not only the capital of Europe, but the capital of lawyers trying to sue governments. And we had to give up that universal competence. So we see the problem that is behind that debate. So instead of really changing the paradigm, there are other measures that do not go that far. Why should we not create protected entry procedures? And for instance, these are humanitarian visas. They exist actually in the visa code of the European Union. They could be used to be given to asylum seeker in order to allow them to reach the European Union and then to introduce a proper asylum claim. But of course, the main question is again, is this an obligation for state or is this a discretion for states? Well, I think that to go back, to answer to that question, we should go back to the roots of international refugee law and actually the notion of asylum, which is for lawyers a very difficult notion because it is linked to the notion of refugee, but the links between those two notions are not very clear. But I think that we should keep in mind that in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, you have the right to seek and enjoy asylum. And I would like here to emphasize not the right to enjoy asylum. It's maybe not such a joy to be obliged to ask for asylum, even if it's important to get rights in that situation, but the right to seek asylum. This is what remains in the declaration from the right to asylum. States didn't want to recognize a right to asylum, and they decide nevertheless to recognize a right to seek asylum. At that time, it was considered as not that much important for states. Well, nowadays, due to the fact that actually we prevent people to travel and we have extraterritorial controls, this provision could be given a new meaning and could become more important. Now, secondly, we have in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union the right to asylum. What is not in the Universal Declaration is now in the Charter of the European Union, which is a legally binding text. So we have here a unique opportunity for lawyers to use the right to asylum. The problem is unfortunately about the meaning of that provision and the effect. First of all, it is said that the right to asylum shall be guaranteed with due respect for the Geneva Convention. What does that link of respect mean? But more problematically, it is added in accordance with EU treaties. So can such a provision have a direct effect so that it can be used by individuals, and individuals can claim a right to asylum on the basis of that provision? Or is it that that provision doesn't have an effect for individuals and that you have to read it through the implementation that it received in secondary law, asylum directives adopted by the EU on the basis of the treaties? And in that sense, it would, of course, almost be neutralized. And unfortunately, lawyers know that the right to asylum has very often been neutralized by states, but also too often by judges. Now, the second point, and I will finish with that, is the challenge of solidarity, which was already quoted in the Geneva Convention with other words, where it is said in the preamble of the Geneva Convention that asylum may place unduly heavy burden on certain countries and that there is a need, in order to answer this, of international cooperation between states. Solidarity is absolutely indispensable if we want to introduce protection anti-procedures, use humanitarian visa, or apply the right to seek asylum. Because if one state is doing that alone, well, then flows will be diverted to that state and it will not anymore be manageable. So it is important to convince states that they would or that they should all together do, as for instance in the EU, all the member states of the European Union use those new instruments. Luckily, the principle of solidarity is now a legal one that has been included into the Treaty of Lisbon, and that starts to be more or less implemented. The problem is that the basis of the asylum policy in the European Union doesn't go into that direction, because the logic is every member state for itself. Every state will deal with its refugees and will try to push them to the others, even within the European Union. And I cannot elaborate about that, but I refer, of course, to the famous Dublin mechanism of determination of the responsible member states for the examination of an asylum claim. And this has generated also a very important debate into the European Union. It has been even necessary for the European Court of Human Rights to intervene in 2011 to ensure that basic rights of asylum seekers are respected in case of transfer from one state to the responsible state, and in the MSS case, it was from Belgium to Greece. And the situation in Greece is well known. It was considered that bad that asylum seeker there would be subject to an inhuman treatment forbidden by the European Convention and also the Charter. What is, I think, very important is to realize that within the EU, it has been necessary to rely on the European Court of Human Rights, which is a court belonging to another organization, the Council of Europe, because judges were very different towards the Dublin regulation. And the Court of Human Rights was the first one to rule about the problem. In reaction, the Court of Justice, in another case, NS, has accepted the logic of Strasbourg. Obviously, it was necessary, but has nevertheless tried to rearrange the Dublin system by saying that the problem would only arrive if there were systemic deficiencies in the asylum system of member states. So that the threshold would be very high to prevent transfers. And this is a bit strange, because why should the threshold for transfers be higher than when it is about sending back persons to third countries outside the European Union? This is a debatable question. And precisely what is very interesting is that the Court of Justice has been called to order very recently in a case Tarakel of 4th of November, where the Court of Strasbourg has said that this higher threshold invented as systemic deficiencies by the Court of Luxembourg is not necessary, and that you don't need a systematic deficiency, but that the common level of risk is enough. So we see that we have a huge problem into the European Union of solidarity between states, and that we have to rely on external judges to try to solve it, and that even in that case, we still have problem with our own court. And actually, we have really what I call a false debate between the Mediterranean and the northern states into the European Union about asylum. A false debate because it doesn't rely on data, on figures. It's an absolutely political debate. And when you look to the data, well, you see that actually the responsibility taken over by southern states regarding asylum is not bigger than the numbers and the responsibility taken over by northern states. So there you have a complete reverse debate compared to what you can read into the press. And we should, of course, try to have a debate and to put it in the right way. And to enlarge the debate, I think, regarding solidarity from asylum to the control of external borders. And I think that on that point, southern states have a much better claim. To conclude, well, I think that I raised 3 questions. Should we change the paradigm of territoriality? Or should we be more modest and to change only the practice and the law by keeping that paradigm but using new instruments? Obviously, I think that we should revise in the EU the idea of responsibility and include more solidarity in that debate. And then my question, and we will have the answer with the next panel, you understood that unfortunately from a legal point of view, the debate is not that easy. We have some elements, but it's a difficult debate. Well, I hope that from a moral point of view, the debate is easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippe. I was thinking about the comment of Joseph Weiler yesterday about the need to have a narrative in this realm which builds on the notion of nation states, Europe as a union of peoples, but takes it forward to address the challenges of migration. And I think you gave us a lot of tools to potentially do that, to think about reforms of the concept of territoriality with ideas of effective control, but also how even within a union of peoples, you can begin to talk about solidarity, burden sharing, so that you solve some of these collective action problems. So I found it very, very interesting. Let me turn to our discussant, who will have a little bit more time than some of the others have, and then we'll open it up for questions. I'm really delighted to welcome Ilse Brand-Karas, who's currently visiting as a visiting fellow at Columbia University in New York. But I came to meet her when she was director of the Office of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, which is located in The Hague, which is, for those of you that may not be aware, a really fascinating mandate of an official working through quiet diplomacy on national minorities. And I always think to myself, we could never create that mandate today. We were very lucky to get it when we did. She was also the vice chairperson of the management board of the European Union Monitoring Centre on Racism and Xenophobia from 2004 to 2007. So we'll let Ilse launch our conversation with some thoughts on both of the papers. And where I guess you also were going to comment a little bit on what Andreas was saying in the policy brief, but to the extent you can.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Yes, just a few thoughts for our discussions, remembering that I'm a mere discussant and not making a presentation, but there were also some points in the policy brief already included from the two presentations that, of course, can be useful to bring into the discussion. I wanted to start out instead taking the step back and looking at our panel and the context of our panel. Of course, the Fortress Europe appears in our title, and maybe again reflecting on various theses we have heard, that this is actually at least in the discourse, receding a little bit, that we are indeed becoming more open, that there is also some progress within Europe in dealing with this, and certainly also the arguments we hear, including by EU officials, on how openness is equally important, at least with security, not only. So if we take the step back, looking back in the last few years, that maybe there is indeed some development there. However, as we know, and I think we already also in this panel had it, pointing out that in practice, we very much still are facing the challenge of the fortress. So within that, the context of the responsibility, what really is the responsibility? Responsibility to protect, but again, potentially broadening the concept to the challenges we're facing. So, including, of course, the discussion, as Jennifer initially said, the collective responsibility. Are we talking really about what does that mean in the context of Europe? So my first question is, who are we actually talking about when we talk about the responsibility to protect of the EU? Are we talking about the collectivity? Are we talking about the EU as such? Is it the institutions of the EU? Is it EU institutions combined with member states? Is it EU as an external actor? Meaning EU as a responsible member of the international community, in addition to other regional institutions or other actors such as member states? Or are we indeed going to the level of the member states themselves, whether implementing EU law or simply as EU member states? So the level of analysis, in a way, I think is something that is worth reflecting on as well, and not assuming that we know what we talk about when we're talking about EU actions. And that, of course, leads to the next question, which is really responsibility for what? And partly that, of course, also is a very direct relation to who we talk about as actors. We could look at the responsibility also as a responsibility to uphold a human rights regime, which is really connecting it to some other discourses within the EU that could be a useful way, of course, of exploring the ideas as well, including the idea of consistency. Consistency, the big challenge of the EU on the human rights regime, consistency externally versus internally. To what extent is it a matter of seeing to one's own house versus EU actions elsewhere, or the call into question of violations of human rights elsewhere? So, coming back to the questions here, we have heard a lot, and perhaps less here than actually last week. I had the pleasure of attending also the Fundamental Rights Conference of the Fundamental Rights Agency of the EU, which took place in Rome in conjunction with the Italian presidency of the Council of the European Union, which also was focused, not surprisingly perhaps, on these very questions of migration and fundamental rights in the EU. There, a lot of the talk was, of course, also on Mare Nostrum, which has figured here yesterday, but not as much, perhaps, as it was part of the discussion yesterday. There, nevertheless, the issue was very much the responsibility. Of course, responsibility very specifically to prevent deaths at sea, the shock effect of those images, as we were seeing yesterday, but that obviously being a clear and direct obligation, reminding us also, of course, that is an obligation in any case of any actor to come to the rescue on the high seas is obviously part of law of the seas as well, not only a human rights concern. On the other hand, is it then the responsibility in the crossings over, the responsibility in coming to the borders, responsibility at the border? The rescue was one of it. The mention, of course, also in, okay, maybe one way of preventing these deaths at sea is also more effectively addressing the issue of smuggling, which is another aspect that certainly came into that conference, including by the new EU Commissioner Avramopoulos, who was announcing that this indeed will be one of the key priorities within the next few months in developing a common response and an effective response to smuggling. In some ways, looking at the questions the way we've done, obviously this is a rather narrow view of the responsibility. The next question, of course, is it instead the responsibility to prevent deaths, persecutions, the atrocities, as we were reminded where the responsibility to protect comes from? The stabilization issues, where do we reach out? Or indeed, coming to the third part of it, where I would argue on the human rights regime, that do we also have to look at the responsibility to prevent human rights violations, not only on the territory, it links also to Philippe's argument of the question of jurisdiction, but also in the access to one's territory, meaning already border regimes, but of course also coming to those borders, and to what extent and where does this responsibility extend? The Charter right to asylum, of course, is indeed, as so many rights in the Charter, an open question of how they will be interpreted and implemented. However, what we do know is that if they're not called in and used by including challenges submitted to the courts, we will not get those answers. So the Charter is there, certainly binding on the EU in the implementation of EU law, as we know. At the same time, the effective access to this right is really what we're calling into the question. And particularly, again, it was already mentioned that the EU system, despite the announced goal of creating a common system, of course, as we know, is a very fragmented system still presently, both at the legal and also the policy levels. So that the Dublin regime, as was also mentioned by Philippe, of course, not only is not solidarity in that each member state is onto its own and let's push them back to whoever first happened to encounter the asylum seeker in question, but also we very clearly see that there certainly is no equal treatment of asylum seekers' cases as the interpretation and, in fact, the granting of asylum varies greatly across European member states. So our illusion that we do have right now a system that is common is all but that. Here again, the question of responsibility, if we're talking about EU actors, indeed would be called into question. The other violations we should also remember, and maybe some of them have been, but others have not been mentioned already at this conference, that relate directly or indirectly to this, on the internal matters or the border lines, is that we have not, as far as I know, talked much about the pushback operations that presently are very much being developed, actually, at the borders and by EU member states pushing back, having a stronger effort of really keeping, again, going to the Fortress Europe, of keeping out potential asylum seekers. We have reports, as we hear also, of violence and mistreatment taking place during those actions by EU member state official actors. And also, of course, we would see that even the idea of having, as we know, leading to collective expulsions, which of course we should not have under the normative regime we subscribe to. And in particular, I would argue that this should be taken into account when we're talking about, as we yesterday very frequently mentioned, the mixed flows of asylum seekers, certainly that we can see where by not treating cases individually, it is clear that also asylum seekers and with a credible claim to asylum could actually, their right to even seek asylum, not even talking about the right to asylum, would be violated. Another point, I think, that was mentioned already yesterday, but is worth bringing again into the discussion, is how EU responds to its strongly proclaimed stance that rights of the child should take a very important role and precedence. We have had a lot of talk about unaccompanied minors, but we were reminded yesterday that this is not the only aspect of rights of the child that should be brought into the discussion. There are so many different levels, the rights of the child throughout the process, from accessing borders already to the end of the process, and also within the context of the family. So many questions. We also have, of course, the detention, the conditions in places of detention itself, and I would add to that long list, which is still not exhaustive, but I would also add the question Ukraine was brought up by Jennifer. I think that is certainly worthwhile discussing at greater length, the risks that we are responding to one particular crisis, and Syria, of course, looms large at this stage. Obviously, there will always be crises, and we are potentially facing others in other directions. But in particular also the unpreparedness in Eastern Europe to deal with both asylum seekers, but certainly, and also migrants in general. And in particular, perhaps the self-perception, and that we keep hearing a lot, that, well, we are only countries of transit, and therefore it doesn't really apply to us. And of course, the lack of preparedness and the question that, well, we see figures rising, Eastern Europe can no longer make that claim, and obviously preparedness there needs to be there. So I will end also on the note of solidarity. I think that we have come to similar conclusions here, but certainly it would be good for the discussion to see what others think. The relation between collective responsibility and solidarity obviously is a key question. We have from the participant at our panel, who is not here, but at least from the little abstract we had, included the question of resettlement as one of the key questions, and how it is handled, and also a more effective resettlement regime and the sharing of burden is obviously a point that is discussed, but obviously still needs different implementation. And I'm glad also this mention of the North-South, the misperception of sort of that, well, this is a Southern question and the North is not really participating, because of course in asylum, as we saw very recently, and certainly in terms of Syrian refugees, it really is the North. It's Germany, Sweden, to some extent Austria, that has taken the brunt of the the very few, nevertheless, Syrian refugees that Europe has taken. It's not the south. However, one could argue that the irregular migrants, of course, are the issue on the southern border. Now, the question is, in a more optimistic note, that because the pressure and this kind of, and again, last week at this conference, the Fundamental Rights Conference, the German State Minister, Commissioner for Immigration, Asylum, and Integration, was mentioning and calling for an open debate on burden sharing, on mechanisms for distribution. So perhaps this opportunity to have calls for the debate coming both from the north and the south, even if they're on different issues, could actually set in motion, hopefully, at least a more serious discussion relating to solidarity. The other last point I would like to make is, again, that are we then talking about the EU and EU borders only, or would the solidarity, as in a human rights regime, extend obviously beyond Europe? Do we need to be less navel gazing, meaning is it wider Europe, and in particular, perhaps bringing the case of, again, in connection to Syrian refugees, the pressures put on Turkey, for instance. We already mentioned neighboring countries to Syria, but for Turkey in particular, it seems rather paradoxical that the pressures from Europe end up putting on, well, stay open to Syria, stay open to Iraq. You have to accept them. This is really, humanitarian. However, make sure that you close the border to Bulgaria, make sure that they close the border to Greece, and don't let anyone pass. Well, obviously, this is a far call from solidarity, and I think that it obviously is also not sustainable. So the next question beyond solidarity within the EU is, of course, also the responsibility and solidarity towards extended Europe, but obviously also in the world. If we look at that burden, it is even a bigger one. So with this, I will happily give the floor back.
Thanks very much indeed for those comments, and of course for the first one about who are we talking about when we're talking about the EU. The agent, institutions, states, the EU as an external actor, very important. We have quite a bit of time now for questions before we break for coffee. So I'll open it up, perhaps take a group, and then we'll try and respond collectively. I'm going to be responding and moderating a bit. So yes, in the back, yep.
My question builds a bit on the discussion and about exactly like who we talk about when we talk about the responsibility to protect. Does the responsibility to protect extend to the people arriving at the EU external borders? And if the failure to protect the lives of these people, what does it say for the EU? Because we have heard that EU proclaims itself as like a human rights champion. Like protection of human rights is enshrined in the Article 21 of the Treaty of Lisbon. And also, it has, like, what is the legitimacy of the EU as, how to say, like a human rights champion when it is failing to protect the lives of people arriving at the EU borders? Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. This is for you, really. Since it's your special subject in a way, I wonder if you could say a bit more about the position with the responsibility to protect and how it's evolved. Because I think some people think that it had a kind of high point, maybe about 10 years ago, and what recent events have shown us is that really the states are just reluctant to incur significant costs, particularly in human lives, to discharge this responsibility. So there seems to be some notion of a cost threshold above which the responsibility is not going to be discharged. I just feel in this conversation there's a need to inject a bit of political realism. Whenever I'm at a meeting with human rights lawyers, they seem to exist in a kind of universe of their own, rather detached from political realities in democracies and so on. And so what we've seen, of course, is that parliaments have not been willing to endorse protective operations in Iraq and Syria and so on. And I think that sort of realism constraint needs to be brought in. I just wondered how you thought it affected the actual sort of operative condition of that doctrine of the right to protect. What does it really mean now in current conditions?
Thank you very much. I agree with you that smuggling of migrants and smuggling of asylum seekers is actually incompatible with human rights issues. And I was wondering, do you actually think that a better humanitarian visa program and an increased relocation and resettlement program could actually prevent asylum seekers from going to Libya, getting stuck there, and try to cross the sea? And my second question is, which do you think are the main obstacles for state to accept these possibilities of relocation and better resettlement? And do they maybe actually fear invasion of asylum seekers, even if data say that just 4% of Syrians are headed to Europe? Thank you.
Can I? Okay. Okay. So, okay. Talking about who are the agents of the responsibility to protect, my question is, to what extent the protagonism and the unilateral protagonism of some European member states challenge the collective nature of the responsibility to protect? Because if we look at the intervention in Libya, Mali, and Ivory Coast, we see that the only country that is taking responsibility in all the three interventions is France. And if, despite France, we have UK in Libya. So to what extent this unilateralism challenge the collective mechanism, and to what extent the UN is able even to distinguish the foreign policy interest from the normative and moral and commitment with the responsibility to protect human rights? Thanks.
Okay, so maybe we'll try and answer some of those and then take another round because there was more hands. Philippe, do you want to take the question?
Yes, well, the issue of humanitarian visas, it is indeed quite clear that delivering humanitarian visas to people who try to, who want to cross the Mediterranean could help, obviously. But that it could solve the issue is, of course, another story. We should also, and it has been mentioned, use another tool like resettlement. But the key question about humanitarian visas is, who is going to deliver those visas? And then, of course, we think of the member states of the European Union, but they would have to act together in order to avoid that flows are directed to one or another state. So you need then a consensus on this issue. And part of the discussion of the consensus is it a legal obligation or a discretion, a kind of humanitarian act that member states are not really obliged to do. So that's then a quite difficult discussion, because of course it will be much easier if you say that it's a legal obligation. But that's very difficult because, well, I will not mention again several elements of my presentation. And then just to pass you the microphone about the responsibility to protect, I think that it's quite interesting to compare the responsibility to protect and international protection in international refugee law. But we have to be careful because we have the same idea of protection, but it's not exactly the same question. Actually, I'm afraid that there we are again in presence of what we can call fragmentation of international law, and we should be careful with comparing those two issues, even if, of course, there is a kind of contradiction, because if you think that you have a responsibility to protect, which in the past was considered as the right to interfere, but that this vocabulary has now been abandoned, if you have the responsibility to protect, including to go abroad on the basis of a mandate of the United Nations, this is for several very important crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide. Well, it would be, you could argue in one way that when you have refugees, it's not the same issue, because the situation is different. But then you enter into a discussion about a qualitative difference, a quantitative difference. It's not that easy, but I think an extremely interesting avenue for the future.
Yeah, let me try to bundle a couple of the questions together before we take another round. And Ilse also wanted to come in under the humanitarian visas. In terms of the evolution of the principle, it's still quite a young principle. I mean, it's only a decade old. And I think the important thing to remember about responsibility to protect is that it is a political and moral principle. It's not a legal principle. But in a sense, was the original wager. So if you talk to Kofi Annan or hear Kofi Annan speak on this, he was one of the main architects and drivers of it. He said, my goal was not to create new law. My goal was to try to catalyze compliance with the law we have. And so when you say responsibility to do what, it is to fulfill existing legal obligations that we have under the Genocide Convention, that we have under international human rights law, that we have under international refugee law. So his wager was we needed something to fill that gap between the law that we have and the daily reality of populations faced with these crimes or the denial of their rights. Now you could respond to that, well, it's not a very powerful idea then, because it's meant to close that gap. Now David's absolutely right that there's a cost to be borne by states in doing that. And I think what we've seen over the last 10 years is that aside from the issues around military force being infringements on sovereignty, in certain cases, although not when authorized by the UN Security Council, there is great disillusionment among a variety of states about what can be accomplished through the use of military force. So it's not even just a question of it's costly to do, which of course it is, but it's disillusionment about what you can actually accomplish and whether you can achieve the outcomes that you want to achieve. And I think as a result of that, there is a greater reluctance to use that tool. But when you then look at the other tools, which were very clearly part of the 2005 Summit Outcome document, those too involve costs. As I'd be the first to say, humanitarian tools, political tools, diplomatic tools, costs of a different kind. But I'm struck by the reality that we face, that the failure to act in more dramatic ways to get at the root causes also create humanitarian crises. So the costs are very interlinked. So within the R2P community at the moment, there's a raging debate about, well, what were the costs of inaction in Syria? We need to think back about what the costs of inaction were, not just the costs that we debated about what military force would incur. So I think it's a complex debate. Just not to go on too long about how it's evolved, but I think there is much more focus now on assisting states to fulfill their protection responsibilities through capacity building, through norm dissemination, and also boosting protection capacity in periods of crisis. But this is more a humanitarian imperative. If military force is to be used, I think in the near future it will be in the kinds of, to go to the question at the back, the kinds of operations you see, for example, in Central African Republic, or South Sudan, where there's an invitation from the state. It's with the consent of the state and done in partnership with the state. You're absolutely right that the interests of states coincide with the moral and political imperatives. And this is for the next panel to discuss. But I think most ethical action, or often ethical action, or action that is justified in ethical terms, coincides with a self-interest. We surely saw this in Libya, but you could argue in this domain that we're talking about as well. Yes, there's a humanitarian imperative, but there's also an interest, and it's often difficult to disentangle those two things. Let's take Ilse, sorry, you wanted to come in on one point before we take another round of questions.
Well, just to join in on the humanitarian visas, where I agree fully that, of course, we need to be realistic, also have some political realism. And there, again, this is, of course, usually exactly the points that not only will it then, require consensus and common action by EU member states, which is not likely to be forthcoming as we see it now, but also, of course, admitting that the fear of numbers is generally what holds that back in the predictions that are. However, I would also make a claim that being politically pragmatic and realistic and practical does not mean one cannot be creative. And there are other ways, and we can see those that do exist already in handling this. In addition to humanitarian visas, there are examples of, for instance, community-sponsored humanitarian visas that exist in Canada, as I understand, and certainly also the kind of development of the public-private partnership in a much more creative way than until now, and where there is a willingness in combination of different actors in society to make progress on that. Family reunion, of course, is another one that has been discussed, and how potentially broadening the understanding of that would help in this. And also small measures, but recently, again, coming back to the conference I attended last week, where Germany also announced an interesting scheme for a very small number, but 200 refugee students accepted into a specific program, where student visas to be provided for refugees were one way of actually addressing the issue. That means that you have a temporary beginning. So those are small little drops, of course, but just again as a plea that even if we throw out the idea that there will be a massive buy-in into humanitarian visa, then nevertheless there is room to think creatively and actually work in this direction also with other means.
Okay, so let's take another round, and I'm going to offer Joseph the first question, and then I see a number of hands.
I don't have a question. I have a few comments to make on the state of the debate. Comment number one. If I look at what we've been doing yesterday and today as a microcosm of the more general debate about these issues, I think it's very typical. In my mind, and it's a contestable view, the problem of migration that the economists talked about yesterday and the problem of refugees are very separate and distinct things. But when I look at the debate that happens in the literature and policy-making circles, and that's also reflected in what we've been doing here, there are two tendencies. One is to fuse them, to treat them as if they really part and parcel of the same cluster of issues. And B, there's a kind of escape to refugees and asylum. And I think there's a cost in fusing them, and I want to explain also the escape. I find the problem of refugees and asylum challenging, but on all levels far less complex than the problem of migration and demography we discussed yesterday. I think the moral issues are a little bit clearer. I think the economic, yesterday we heard that really as a percentage of the total issue of migration, the refugee and asylum is relatively minuscule. So I think the moral issues are clearer. It's easier, they're less complex. They're not complex, but they're less complex. I think the economic issues are far easier. I also think the political issues are easier, so it's comfortable to talk about it because we feel that we can see a way, and it's a complicated way, but it's a doable way, and it sort of allows us. So the first issue is it allows us to sort of avoid talking about what I consider a far more complex at all these levels, moral, economic, and political. And B, I think we pay a cost, because if in public discourse we fuse the two, then a resistance to and the pushback to the migrant issues we talked about yesterday by the economists spills over to the refugee issues. And it makes it a much more difficult sell to find solutions which I think are available. So that's my first comment. My second comment, in my mind, after this forum, we're going to take a hard look and try and disentangle things and see how we translate these to policy position papers. And I'm convinced that there are no silver bullets, that it will be a series of trade-offs. But right now, in my mind, we're at the problem of complexification. And I want to complexify both the responsibility to protect and the human rights, asylum, charter, etc. Responsibility to protect, Jennifer is right, it's young. If we think of self-determination. Self-determination, it took from the 1920s till the 1960s before it really became a universally accepted norm. Human rights themselves, it was a process from 1949 well into the mid-60s before one could speak with certainty about the universally accepted norm, so it really is a young norm. But note, Jennifer, that there's also a certain escapism there, because responsibility to protect, especially when you insist correctly that it's a political principle, it sort of defines our moral duties. What is it that we need to do? Responsibility to protect. And it really is very, very difficult, unless you stretch words beyond their meaning, to extend responsibility to protect exactly in the way Kofi Annan described it, etc., to the whole big issue of migration, other than asylum and refugees. But then it says, okay, so as long as we discharge our responsibility to protect, we're doing okay. And it's a way of saying, so the other issue, we don't have a responsibility to protect. It's totally discretionary. We can use exclusively utilitarian tools, etc. It gives them a normative out to deal in more robust normative ways with what I consider the bigger problem. I come to the charter, etc. So I have to declare an interest, and this is my third and last comment. From the very origin of the charter, I argued that it will be regressive to protection of human rights in Europe, that it's gesture politics, and that it puts the Union in terms of human rights in a position that it's worse compared to the pre-charter provision. So I'm on the record for having argued that, and it's the backdrop to what I'm going to say now. I want to show you, to complexify. If the right to asylum in the Charter, one of the regressive steps the Charter took, really expressis verbis limits itself to actions of the Union and its institutions and not to actions of the member states. To have any purchase on the right to asylum, it has to impose duties on the member states and not just the Union. Otherwise, it's just, again, it's gestures. So for the Charter to really have an effect, if the court is to interpret it in a progressive way, to give it teeth, etc., in my view, inevitably, it will come at the cost of transgressing constitutional lines in terms of the jurisdiction of the European Union and the member states. That's a heavy cost. First of all, it's a heavy cost legally, not as a formalist. I think fundamental boundaries in terms of competences of the European Union and competence of the member states are as important as fundamental rights. They go to autonomy, they go to democracy, they go to self-determination, etc. And I also think politically you pay a very heavy price when you legally transgress these lines between the competences of the Union and impose obligations you impose obligations in the name of European Union law on member states to do or to refrain from doing something. And there's also a very heavy political pushback to that. There always has been, and particularly in the current circumstance. So you see why it's a kind of tragic choice. To make the right to asylum work, you have to interpret it the way it's written, you have to interpret it in a very particular direction. Plausible, not impossible in terms of hermeneutics, but at the cost of transgressing constitutional lines in terms of the division of competence and jurisdiction between the member states and the European Union, which is a big cost in itself, and it's not clear to me that it's good for European integration, that it's good for the European Union. So to put it at its most vulgar and stark, what might be good for refugees and asylum seekers might not be good for European integration in its current circumstance, and might not be good to the constitutional health of the European Union. Thank you.
Good, we'll chew on those and come back. Thank you for those comments here and here, and a couple of others. So start here.
Thanks. I wanted to make a bridge with the panel from yesterday on migration and comment on Philip de Breker's point at the beginning of his presentation about international refugee law being more advanced than international migration law. And we discussed this a bit yesterday with the agencies that you also referred to. And I also would wonder if it's a question of time. So if you look at the Geneva Convention, it's from 1951. The Migrant Workers Convention is roughly 40 years afterwards. Will we get there eventually? I think that's also a reflection. But I also wonder if we're also not looking necessarily in the right places. And the point that I want to bring is when you look at some of the major reticence to states ratifying the Migrant Workers Convention, many say it's because they don't want to deal with undocumented migrants coming to their territories and getting protection. So I think this whole right to protection issue is also very interesting when you look at it with very vulnerable groups. But when you look at what member states throughout the world have already done concerning undocumented migrants, they're much more beyond the Migrant Workers Convention. So the US, one of the only two countries that has not ratified the CRC, which celebrates its 20th anniversary this year, in 1982 had a Supreme Court decision that allowed undocumented children to attend primary and compulsory school. And we have a number of ECJ cases in the past 10 years, European Court of Human Rights cases that are not in the area of migration, but in social rights or in labor rights, that grant undocumented migrants in Europe much more protections than sometimes on the national level. So I'm wondering if we also need to expand our scope. Obviously, we're talking about migration law, but when we talk about the impact on migrants in areas of their lives that are very key to them, so social rights, we see that some of the institutions in the EU, in the Council of Europe level, are much further beyond what the discourse is saying. So I'm just kind of seeing how can we challenge this, that the migration law is behind, when actually it is actually much more progressive, not as migration law itself, but as social law.
I have a question for Philippe de Breker. It refers to your humanitarian visa. As I understand it, they would be provided by embassies and consulates in the country where the migrant is at that point in time. But if you look at the situation, so it's more practical, on a more practical level. So if you look at the current situations in some of the countries where the migrants currently come from, you have this large number of applications for visa coming in, and you have to supply information. You know, a package is thick, 50 centimeters of information per visa application, and civil servants have only a few minutes, like 10 minutes to assess the application. So, for instance, if somebody then in Uganda says, can I have a humanitarian visa because I want to apply for refugee status because I'm homosexual, how is somebody at this embassy going to assess this claim? And is the applicant not going to put himself at risk by making this statement, look, can I have a humanitarian visa so that I can apply for refugee status as a homosexual in Europe? Because being so outspoken about the sexuality will put him at risk in Uganda, for instance.
I have a comment, more as an outsider and a question. Now, as an outsider, I spent almost all my adult life in America. And looking at it from an American perspective, it is extremely valuable and respectable that the Europeans take a moral high ground on a lot of things and moral position. And it becomes extremely attractive and brings a lot of things to the Europeans in international debate. And the moral obligation is obviously related to that. But with that moral obligation comes with moral responsibility. Now, for example, in the current debate, and Ilse is pretty much the only one who emphasizes, for example, the issue of the Syrian refugees, right? And it is extremely valuable to say this is what should be done, and telling other countries like Turkey what you should be doing, and telling, oh, don't build the president a palace, spend the money on the refugees. That was an article in The Guardian last week. But at the same time, when the Germans say, oh, we'll take 200 people, or the money the British generously provided is only 3 days of support, then that not taking that moral responsibility and putting your basically hand under the stone in a way makes the rest of the world see the Europeans as hypocrites. And this actually, I think, makes it even worse. Because on one hand, you can be like the Japanese and completely stay out of it, right? Don't make a statement, don't make any obligations, but don't make any demands. Or you can be like the Americans and we say, tough luck, you're on your own. You're in a tough neighborhood. I'll do my best, but I'm not going to impose any values on you. But what the Europeans are doing, in a sense, ends up, you can't, in a way, the Europeans want to have their cake and eat it too. And I have a feeling it basically might end up being the least productive, actually counterproductive. And I don't know is there a political way out of this, because it's a moral dilemma. Because on one hand, you want to advocate certain things, but on the other hand, advocating and taking the moral responsibility is extremely costly, both financially in these times of austerity and politically when there are debates about political integration. So I don't know if there's an easy political and pragmatic way out of it, because at the end of the day, what you're seeing is the Europeans debating amongst themselves on what should be doing. And part of the problem in the all migration debate, it's as opposed to trade, for example, where people sit together and negotiate and bargain, migration policy almost always is determined unilaterally, and which makes it actually less efficient and less productive in the long run. And again, you see the debate. I mean, look at this room. Philip and I are the token Americans, and just the Europeans are talking amongst themselves, right? Is there an easy, pragmatic, political way out of it? That's my question, because time is actually quite valuable.
Yes, here. And then there's a yellow scarf. You also had your hand up, did you not? Yeah.
I am making a question on behalf of one of the people who is following us on live streaming. So she's following us from Australia, Sydney. Her name is Alana Lentin, and if I well understand, she was a UI alumna. She is a UI alumna. And she's asking me, Sabrina, I'd like to know the panelist' opinion on open borders, policies, and approaches.
Two quick comments. One is that there certainly is historically, there are examples of coordinated policies. The most obvious of those, I guess, was the one in relation to Vietnamese boat people, and Ilse, I think, referenced that. So perhaps the question is, that was not a perfect policy by any means, but what were its elements? What created the political will to enable it to happen? I don't think that there's a shortage of policy ideas about how to do stuff. The question is, I think, more about political will. And here is where I don't have a strong view about the role of responsibility to protect versus other discourses, if you will, that one can draw on. But I think the question might be, to what extent can that be used to create a political will? What kind of will is needed? Well, I think what made a difference in what was then called the Indo-Chinese resettlement was a sense of a responsibility on the part of the countries that did it, especially the United States, because it was obviously, pursuing the war in Vietnam. It felt a responsibility to resettle. What can be drawn upon to create that sense of responsibility? Whether it is responsibility to protect or something else, I don't know. But that seems to me to be a more salient question than what's the precise content of the policy that you might thereby develop. The second point is perhaps to take issue with the sharp distinction that one might want to draw between refugees and other migrants in this sense. Obviously, conceptually, that's a significant distinction, and we can always imagine who the refugee is and who that person is as distinct from the economic migrant. That's easy to imagine and even craft in legal terms. But what in fact is the case is that when you talk the language of mixed flows and you talk the language of asylum seekers, the one who is not, people do not arrive already constituted as one thing or another, nor are they distillable into that essence. It is a state process that determines what category to put them in. And the other of the refugee is the economic migrant. The one who is rejected or discredited as a genuine refugee will be allocated to the category of the so-called economic migrant. And so to that extent, they get fused in ways that are not simply about the confusion or the policy problem, but in that way of sort of classifying. Either one is a real refugee, so to speak, or one is a fraudulent refugee, one is not genuine and therefore an economic migrant. And I think that is what contributes to the great difficulty of distinguishing between them. Because as I said, at the level of theory and conceptually, certainly one can easily come up with definitions that that genuinely distinguish between them.
Yes, and then I'll take the last comment there. I think it's Philippe. Yes, here. No, right next. Make it efficient.
Okay. The yellow scarf. So if I may continue with Audrey's comment, just a footnote to this interesting attempt to distinguish or not fully distinguish between refugees and economic migrants. I want to suggest adding a value perspective on this and use the distinction between dignity and respect to think about these two categories, because when we talk about refugees, we tend to think of human dignity, right? We want to save them. It's about survival. It's about having them stay alive, fed, nourished, and healthy as possible. Whereas when it's about economic migrants, we think, okay, it's about their choice of how they want to live their lives. They don't want to be taxi drivers in their home countries. They want to be professors here or whatever. So it's not really about their human dignity. It's about their self-determination on a higher level. And I think there is merit to this distinction, except that I think that we need to apply it more individually and more specifically, because sometimes someone coming from a country where legally we wouldn't award them asylum might be in a state where at home it is really about their human dignity that we need to worry. So I would want to add that. And also I think on the other hand, we would want to look at the concerns of human dignity and respect of the community that's about to receive these people, because someone might be coming from a place where, yes, it is their human dignity at home that's at risk, but maybe they're also risking the human dignity of the people in the accepting community. And then it's a slightly more difficult choice to let them in than someone who's merely a migrant and it's only about their, right to respect that we want to take into consideration, but they're less threatening. So what I'm saying is I think we could make this more nuanced and use values here to help us think about this in a more diverse way. Thank you.
Last question here.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question. I used to work on, as I understand the way the humanitarian system works now, is a problem, there are agencies involved, but a problem builds up, there's an appeal for money, there's an argument about burden sharing, and it's often said later, it would have been much smarter to intervene earlier, it would have been less costly, less disruptive for the people. As Segler and I think Professor Miller was saying, I used to work on social policy in Washington, and I concluded there was an infinite amount of money that can be spent to help poor people. If it's not their economics, it's their mental health, it's their children, et cetera. And what the United States did was they put a cap on how much money the federal government is going to provide to help poor people. And they distributed it to the states, and they said, you're the local experts, you know the local poor people, you decide which programs. Is it training, is it housing, whatever. What would happen if you put an allocation for humanitarian assistance and let the experts decide whether you intervene early here, whether you take and resettle the people there? I mean, right now, as I understand it, the problem builds up, the guilt builds up, the money, the appeals for money build up, and clearly different strategies done much earlier may have produced different outcomes. Has anybody ever explored the idea of thinking about a budget and then letting expert organizations decide exactly how that budget gets allocated, as opposed to what I understand the current method is, which is respond to the problem after it breaks out, the worse it gets, ask for more money. Thank you.
Philippe, do you want to, and I'm going to give Anna the last word then. Okay. Philippe, you go.
Okay, so big questions. We are running out of time, so I will try to answer them very briefly. Very interesting to compare migration and refugee law with actually asylum that is in the middle, because asylum is the problem of migration for refugees. The issue of the link between the right to stay and other rights, social rights, economic rights, and even civil and political rights. Well, that's a question that can be quickly misunderstood. Of course, if you are an irregular migrant, you can benefit, you have the right to benefit from most of the rights. But you have a problem, it is that you do not have the right to stay. And if you claim, and if you want to benefit from, for instance, social rights, to a certain extent, if it's about social assistance, you may get them, but it doesn't prevent that you will be expelled. So there is a dynamic relation between the right to stay and the other rights that we even have nowadays in the European Union. A few days ago, the Court of Justice has ruled in a case that will become very famous, Dano, about social tourism. Well, it's exactly about that problem between the relation, the right to stay, and social assistance. About the practicality of visas, well, I think it's a very good question. Well, actually, the EU has now a problem with its visa policy, not only for so-called refugees and the new and using a humanitarian visa, but just because we realize that it does imply a huge cost to impose visa obligations, because you have to process them, because you prevent some trips. So indeed, I think that there would be an issue. Are we ready to spend more money, indeed, for humanitarian visas? That will be certainly part of the debate. Now, in terms of recognition, I think we could maybe solve the issue by using, for the delivery of the visa, a prima facie mechanism of recognition that would be subject to a more in-depth verification on the territory of the European Union. And then to not ignore the question of the person who is only present electronically, the question of open borders. Of course, it's impossible to answer at this stage of the debate to such an issue. We should organize a whole debate only about that. But I think that nowadays there is the idea that either you abolish control, and then you may have some benefit. And then another trend of people who think that maybe because we gain control, and it's true that we for the moment gain a lot of control on migration, and we will gain more and more with biometrics that will help us to identify and control the movement of people. Well, will it be possible, because we have more control, that we will then be more open? That's, I think, a very difficult question, but I'm sure that the next panel will come back to that issue.
Okay, let me try and make a very few brief comments before I hand it over to Anna. Just on the question from Philip, I do think we're at risk of stretching this too far. I mean, what you were describing was humanitarian assistance, which is humanitarian workers helping people in situations of disaster. What I was trying to do was talk about the responsibility to protect with respect to refugees and asylum seekers. And what you're talking about can be linked to that, but is quite different from that. I guess the only point I would make about costs is that they are quite hard to estimate because crises evolve. And so you might be able to set budgets and involve local organizations, which frankly already happens to a certain extent. But there'll always be some unknown unknowns, as a famous person once said. On this question of the separation of migration and refugee issues, I absolutely agree with Joseph. I do think they're very different, and that's why in the paper you'll see I only vaguely try to apply this concept to migration itself. I think I do agree with him that the moral issues may be clearer. I don't think they're less complex. I think as the next panel will show, how you determine where the responsibility comes from is a very difficult moral question. Is it causal, for example? I mean, how does the responsibility get generated? And yes, you could say we could come to agreement on those, but I think we shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of engaging in discussions around burden sharing. On this last issue of Europeans and Americans and moralism, this is a very interesting intervention, and I guess because I'm Canadian, I'm somewhere in the middle, but I can't resist saying that, you know, from the perspective of some Europeans, the United States is incredibly moralizing in its foreign policy. And some of its most distinguished Secretary of State, no less than Henry Kissinger in the past, that was his greatest frustration, was that the US had moralism in its foreign policy. So I just think we need to be careful about who's moral and who isn't when we're talking. But I do think in this debate, you're correct that the United States is saying you're in a tough neighborhood. You do have big issues to solve. They are very much pursuing this as a question of right now when we think of Syria and Iraq, as a question of interests and a question of counterterrorism. So, you know, you're right that in this particular instance, it's very interest-driven for them. Anna, I'll hand the microphone to you to conclude with any comment.
Well, thank you for giving me this luxury. Well, I think I have 3 main points. I think, Philippe, in your paper, you were arguing about nearly the opposite of what you said this morning, that while we would say that Europe does not have a common migration system, but it does have a common asylum system, you were saying that this is a bit hypocritical because the common asylum system is very much selfishness behind solidarity. Well, at least in migration, things are spelled out, and some areas are commonly agreed, like combating irregular migration or integration, where other areas, like labor migration, there's acknowledgement that it cannot be handled at an EU level because it's very national and very local. But I think what we learn from this, and partly in response to what you said, Joe, I mean, ideally, yes, it would be good to separate asylum and migration, and I spent a good 15 years thinking I'm a migration expert, not an asylum expert, and I would always bracket out asylum. But I find myself in the last couple of years or 3 years thinking I have to become an asylum expert as well, because it's so closely related that you cannot talk of one, particularly irregular migration, without talking of the other. So I think we cannot avoid the challenge. Although, true, it is very difficult and might be counterproductive in terms of policy. A second point, in terms of humanitarian visas And simplifying access, yes, I think this is important. I think some people pointed out that the practicality of it is daunting. I mean, it reminds me, there was a certain point that when there was a thought, for instance, that embassies could also become employment offices, and exactly migrants would apply at consulates, say, for labor migration. But it soon turned out that consulates are not equipped to do this, and I don't think they're equipped to deal with applications for asylum. It involves a prejudgment on whether you have an asylum claim. And I think it raises the issue that Marlu said. And at the same time, I think it's a poor understanding of the whole migrant smuggling business when people say, okay, provide for asylum access closer to origin so you get the teeth out of the smuggling business. That's true, but it won't work that way. And I'm amazed that sometimes smuggling, like in the FRA conference where we both were last week, it was kind of bracketed out, what do we do to combat smuggling? Not realizing that actually for the migrant and the asylum seeker, the smuggler is a friend, not the trafficker. The smuggler is a facilitator. You have a dream, you have a need, and it's the person, the network, that you fear, that takes a lot of money, but makes that possible. And I think there's a lack of this understanding, as if smuggling networks were just criminal networks like any others, and the smuggling business is very much rooted in origin and transit countries, and I might say also destination countries, with a lot of people involved who are not criminals, but they lend their services to an illicit activity like providing food, renting your house, renting your car, And not everything is regulated like, I don't know, in Brussels or Florence. So like being a taxi, kind of a fake taxi, shipping people across the border in many places and people don't even perceive, I'm not involved in a criminal activity, I'm just doing some extra money. I'm just earning some extra money. So I think this needs to be taken into account. And the last point, introducing, I think, the next panel. I think we've got ourselves trapped into this American versus European that does not stand. I mean, the European is very diverse within it, and we discussed it a bit yesterday. It's not that all European countries give welfare access to everybody because this is the way. Even those countries that are stereotyped as such, I don't think they do it. And perhaps some of the countries that do it more have the smaller numbers, like Denmark. Then if you look at the numbers, of the people they provide welfare to, it's not really the critical mass within Europe. Second, I think we should think there's other places in this world, like Australia and the Asia-Pacific region. There's China. And I think that puts the moral question into perspective. So, the Chinese say, no questions asked. I don't want to ask what other countries are doing, in their interior. I'm only doing trade. I'm only doing the economy. So I think we need to diversify our understanding. And I think at the end of the day, yes, it's easy. It was probably easy for Clinton to say, like Philip Martin explained yesterday, to say, okay, no people from Haiti, don't bother me with whether we should process claims on the ships. Australia does extraterritorial processing in the Christmas Islands, and the people who are found to be refugees are settled in the Christmas Islands. And a lot of people commit suicide, believe me or not. So I think that sets kind of the broader spectrum of political and moral questions that I think the next panel will enlighten us on.
So please come in, take your seats. We're about to start the next panel. This is still.
We went out a few minutes late. Thank you.
Actually, I sent Anna a quick message to suggest you could cut it short because there is one speaker less and there is another panel that is supposed to be shorter. We have 15 minutes less than all the other panels for this one.
Invade lunch.
Yeah, I will do that. I'm sure we will.
Because we've loaded so much on your panel.
Yeah, well, we won't answer. So welcome everybody. We are starting the panel on the moral duties of states to admit refugees and immigrants. Many of the previous panels have shifted arguments, questions, problems, dilemmas, trade-offs to this particular panel. I'm sure we won't be able to resolve it all, but we hopefully will be able to open up an agenda also for the forum itself, which will be running for 2 years at the EUI. So this is certainly not a concluding event, but a kickoff event, and there will be a roundtable discussion after lunch that wraps up the whole event for these 2 days. Let me briefly introduce to you the members of the panel. We have with us Joseph Cairns, who is a professor of political science at the University of Toronto. He's a normative political theorist whose work focuses specifically on questions of migration, freedom of movement, and cultural diversity. His most recent book, published with Oxford University Press last year, is on the ethics of immigration, and it sums up more than 30 years of engagement with that topic. His most famous article probably is still his piece from 1987 on aliens and citizens, the case for open borders. On my other side, we have David Miller, professor of political theory at the Nuffield College in Oxford, who has written very widely also on questions of normative theory, and specifically has published a couple of recent books on questions of global justice and national responsibility, and is just about to finish a book on the political philosophy of immigration. And finally, as a discussant, we have Matthew Gibney, also from the University of Oxford. He is professor of politics and forced migration there, and deputy director of the Refugee Studies Center. Matt specializes in political and ethics issues, ethical issues raised by refugees, citizenship, immigration control, etc. He has recently co-edited a book on social, political, and historical contours of deportation, and is right now working on a book on conditional citizenship, banishment, denaturalization, deportation, and the liberal state, that will come out with Cambridge University Press. And of course, we always have the president of the EUI, Joseph Weiler, as an honorary member of all the panels, who will also certainly intervene in the debates. I think it's a terrific panel. My only regret is that it's an all-male panel. We've tried very hard to come up with a different composition, but I think we are happy with the competence that we have at this panel, in spite of that problem. Let me introduce this panel by paraphrasing the famous opening lines of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Social Contract. Human beings are born to move, and yet everywhere they find closed borders. How did this come about? I don't know. How can borders become open and legitimate? This is the question that political theorists should try to answer. That's the kind of motto I want to set for the panel. I'm not sure I can fully answer it myself, but I will try. We started out this conference with the panel by historians who basically said, we've seen it all before. Social scientists tended to respond, it might be somewhat different now. I will join the camp of the social scientists. I think there are two things that strike me as being not entirely new, but different from earlier periods. One is a global trend towards more effective border and immigration control. And we've heard this several times. State capacities to actually control movement across their borders have been enhanced dramatically. Earlier views by migration scholars, even as recently as in the 1990s, that all that states can do through their migration policies is categorize migrants as regular or irregular, but they can't influence the size and direction of flows, I think have been proven wrong by and large. States are very effective beasts in the game of regulating and directing and constraining and controlling migration flows. At the same time, we have a second phenomenon that has been much less discussed at this conference, and this is surprisingly, a contrasting movement of ever more freedom of movement. Not in the sense that states cannot control the flows, but states provide individuals with legal entitlements to cross borders, to take up work on the other side, and to settle. And that is also something comparatively new, although immigration policies have been around for quite some time. I will focus initially at least on this trend towards new forms of freedom of movement because it's surprisingly little discussed by normative theorists. And I will suggest that it might provide us with some starting points. We won't arrive at the end, but some starting points, some leverage for coming closer to a utopia of global freedom of movement and open borders. It's worth exploring where the limits are and what the leverage is. But the basic question to ask initially is, of course, the question, is freedom of movement a universal human right? Should we conceive of it like this? Here we have two proponents of the opposite views. Joseph Karen says yes, and David Miller says no. But they also agree on some things. And they agree, for example, that in the current world, the international state system as we know it, the right to immigrate is certainly not recognized as a human right. There is, however, a certain right of migration that is recognized in the current world of the state system. It's actually essential. It's a core right in that state system. And this is the right of citizens to stay, to leave, and to return. That is already a quite limited but substantive right of freedom of movement. What I want to suggest to explore is, could that right be extended? Or is it actually extended? And can we make sense normatively of the ways in which it is extended in the present world? What I do in the paper that I've written for this conference, and I won't read it out or go into much detail, is to suggest that there are 4 drivers of free movement in the real world, all of which are based on citizenship rather than on human rights. They are membership-based forms of freedom of movement, but they transcend the traditional idea that this is just about the members of one nation claiming a right to return to that one nation. And I call these 4 drivers nation building, regional integration, dual citizenship, and reciprocity-based free movement. Let me just explain very briefly what I have in mind. Nation building historically has been a driver of open-door immigration policies in specific countries in the world, most famously the US, also Canada, Australia, New Zealand. These were contexts in which there were nation-building projects that said this land belongs to us, but we need to build it by populating it. And under certain contexts, these countries became open to the idea that the origin of the population didn't really matter as long as they were willing to join a nation-building project. That, of course, depended on the idea of post-colonial settlement, immigration as the origin of the nation. There had to be some territory where you could start to populate and build a nation. And there are no longer any territories of this kind. It would be dangerous to say that the rest of the world should imitate the American story of nation building through immigration. There are other forms in which the nation can be relevant for some form of immigration. Take the example of Israel and its law of return, where it's clear that the door of the nation is open, but it's selectively open. It's open to those who are already previously classified as potential members of the Jewish nation in Israel. And that, of course, is also a story that cannot be easily recommended or replicated or normatively supported in other kinds of contexts. And more often, of course, nowadays, nation building is invoked as a reason to close the door rather than to open it. So my suggestion is that first driver, also historically, it was the most powerful one for opening doors to immigration, has lost its political legitimacy to a large extent. The second driver is regional integration. Obviously, the most interesting story here is the European one. Independent sovereign states joining together to create a union that is economic but also legal and political, and that turn the right of freedom of movement into a right of a joint form of supranational citizenship. That story is often interpreted as being extremely unique, has to do with European history, the preconditions cannot be replicated anywhere else. Well, if you look closer, you will find there are actually contemporary efforts to replicate some elements of that story in other parts of the world. Mercosur, for example, the southern cone of the Americas, has decided to establish freedom of movement as a right of the citizens of the Mercosur states, and I think they extend this and include Bolivia and Chile as well. Another story is the story in the post-Soviet region, where Vladimir Putin has been promoting the idea of a Eurasian Union that as of 1st of January 2015 will officially have a right of freedom of movement for the citizens of the member states. So, as you can see there, also the idea of regional integration can serve different purposes. And in the case of Putin, it might serve the purpose of recreating a lost empire and establishing regional hegemony. It's not always benign. But the idea that there could be such a thing as supranational regional unions of sovereign states that establish freedom of movement for their citizens as a core right, an element of that union is around, and it can potentially be replicated outside the European Union. Thirdly, there is dual citizenship. That's the least visible driver of freedom of movement, but maybe one of the most interesting ones. Since citizenship entails the right to stay and to return, dual citizenship implies an unconditional right of freedom of movement between two states. And this is the benefit that makes dual citizenship so important and interesting for immigrants. The fact is, and this has been documented by Martin Fink, who is sitting there in the back, that there is a global trend towards toleration of dual citizenship, primarily by countries of origin, but increasingly also by countries of destination, that seems irreversible for reasons I won't go into. That just increases the number of countries and the numbers of individuals who benefit from that particular type of free movement. Individualized Schengen zones, where the borders are kind of eradicated for these individuals who have several passports. And finally, there is reciprocity-based freedom of movement, which in its most widespread form is simply an agreement to waive visa requirements. So the real explosion in border crossing in the contemporary world is, of course, travel, tourism. And if you don't need a visa, it's very easy to travel. And this is why the numbers explode, apart from low-cost aircraft, airline tickets. So, and the numbers of states that are willing to waive visa requirements because they're interested in promoting the opportunities to travel and in hosting tourists is very large and potentially strong, could increase further. So the question here is there any chance that these types of waiving border control requirements could be extended from travel to maybe work permits or maybe settlement permits? And what would be the objections against doing so? I have a normative argument in that paper, while the third, the second, and the fourth driver can be normatively supported by liberal reasons. I think it's easy to say why regional integration is normatively supported. There is no requirement to join a regional union like the EU, but once you are in, you have to accept that its legal order does have the right of freedom of movement as its very core. If states said we want to create a common market, a political and legal union, but we won't allow our citizens to travel, it means they would fail to provide their citizens with the justification why they restrict their liberty in an environment that is the optimal environment for freedom of movement. Dual citizenship, again, there is normative support because migrants tend to have what I call double stakes in countries of origins, in countries of destination. They have social ties and their destiny, their autonomy and their well-being is structurally linked to the political flourishing and the economic and social flourishing of certain states. And this is very often not just one state. That's, in fact, the fact of migration is that they are both immigrants and emigrants at the same time. And therefore, both of these claims should be seen as prima facie legitimate as claims to citizenship and therefore freedom of movement. And reciprocity-based freedom of movement, I think, is the most interesting one, normatively speaking, if you buy into my argument, which says that liberal states have more than a negative liberty, a negative duty to refrain from preventing exit from their territory. They actually have positive obligations to enable their citizens in a globalized world to visit other countries, to seek for work opportunities in other countries, to settle in other countries. Positive duties start with issuing passports, which is a positive duty. But they might go beyond, teaching them foreign languages, and why not entering into agreements with other states that these states will open their doors for work purposes, for settlement, for other purposes, for their own citizens. Now, the conditions under which other states could be seen as having a reason to accept these kinds of extended citizenship duties of states is reciprocity. States must be willing to grant the states where they want, they open the doors for their own citizens, a reciprocal right that the citizens of those states should also have the right to enter their own territory. So therefore, the upshot is, I don't see I see very strong reasons why Canada and New Zealand won't become members of the European Union. But I don't see any strong reason why Canada and New Zealand couldn't join a reciprocity-based agreement on freedom of movement with the European Union or with several of its member states. That's the upshot of the normative argument. The question is, how much does it do in terms of establishing a world with more open borders? And here are the limits. Each of these 4 drivers is limited in scope with regard to the countries that can participate in these schemes and with regard to the numbers of individuals that would benefit from these schemes. For example, if you take dual citizenship, it's quite obvious. As long as you think that citizenship should reflect a genuine link, dual citizenship will be accessible only of those who have already established these genuine links. There is no normative claim on that basis to say that everybody should have 10 passports at least, and they should be able to choose and pick them from a global menu, right? That would actually devalue what citizenship is about, if it's about the genuine link. So therefore, multiple citizenship is significant, but it's limited in access as a free movement opportunity. And the same goes obviously for regional unions, which are regional, so not any state can join. And the same goes for reciprocity-based agreements which are potentially global in scope, but certainly based on the condition that the states must generally be democratic and the disparities, the economic disparities cannot be huge. Otherwise, reciprocity wouldn't work. So, given all these limits, what is then the morally right response to the remaining claims that people can make why they want to immigrate? And here comes the argument that goes beyond what I explain in the paper. I think migration, there are 3 different types of migration claims, and as Joseph Weiler explained before, it's very important normatively to distinguish them because they raise different kinds of moral claims and issues. Also, the social reality is flows are mixed, and many people fall into different categories at the same time. And those 3 types claims I call membership claims, mutual advantage claims, and protection claims. Membership claims are what I've just tried to explain. You can claim freedom of movement as a member of a particular polity and address that expectation to your own government to promote your right to a free movement on that basis. Mutual advantage claims would say that I don't have a membership claim to your polity, but I can bring something to your country that you are interested in and it will improve my own situation. That is the general argument in favor of economic immigration, of third country nationals, as we call them in Europe. Why would that be normatively supportable? Well, it might be normatively supportable if you believe the story of development economists that economic immigration actually can be beneficial for development in the countries of origin. So if that story is true, then there might be also justice-based reasons why capitalist economies shouldn't close their labor markets for the immigration from the outside, not only because it's in their self-interest to open them, but they also might be able, if they do it in the right way, and we've discussed this on the labor market panel, to contribute to the development in other countries that might eventually help them to join the club of those who are eligible for membership-based, reciprocity-based freedom of movement. And thirdly, there is the category of protection-based claims. This is what we discussed in the last panel. Human rights, and this is, I think, where human rights are essential and cannot be substituted by citizenship-based or utility-based arguments. Refugees need protection, and their protection must be grounded in human rights obligations. Now, providing protection means accepting burdens, costs, political and economic costs of different kinds, and therefore the argument is normatively very strong. If the claims of refugees is based on a human rights rationale, then states must be willing to cooperate and to share these kinds of burdens. Now, what I suggest to you is that the 3 types of claims are based on so different moral rationales that they are normatively incommensurable. So you cannot trade them off against each other. It's a false normative dilemma to say that if we take in more economic migrants, then we can take in fewer refugees. Or if we open if we have free movement in the EU, then we cannot take in third country national economic migrants. It's just comparing apples and oranges in moral terms. Now, to this, the social scientists will respond, well, you're speaking morally, but what about social reality? Isn't there a scarcity of admission capacities for each of these three types of migrants? And how do we deal with the scarcity problem? Now, what I'm going to suggest, and this will be very controversial, is this argument is based essentially on a fallacy in the big picture. And this is what I call the limited admission capacity fallacy. Also, there will be particular trade-offs. There is not a big dilemma in the sense of liberal states' obligation honoring all three types of claims without trading off one against the other. Why is the assumption of limited admission capacity a fallacy? Basically, because it assumes that opportunities, costs, and space are the scarce elements that can be given only to one or the other category. As we've heard from the labor market panel, it's not clear at all for opportunities that economic immigrants who come on the basis of a mutual advantage claim will create scarcities in the labor market so that there is one job either for the economic migrant or for the refugee. The economic migrant might actually create an additional job for the refugee if you admit him or her. That's the dynamic of labor markets based on expansion due to economic immigration. Similarly with costs. If you look at the claims of those people who say, I want to enjoy free movement rights or economic migrants, they generally do not create costs and do not claim resources because of the rationale of their immigration claims. And the statistics mostly show that this is actually the case. There are fiscal benefits more than fiscal costs in the long run in a properly designed economic migration system. And finally, space. That seems to be the final argument. You know, some countries are too densely populated to accept more immigrants. But if you look at where the immigration capacity, admission capacity is, I would suggest it's much greater in New Jersey, which is the most densely populated state in the US, than in Wyoming, which is the most sparsely populated one. Why is that? Because immigrants don't seek land. We are not talking about settlement immigration. Immigrants seek opportunities in cities, right? And cities tend to create more opportunities as more immigrants come in. So again, there is flexibility even with that apparently finite resource of space. Right? I'll conclude with the acknowledgement that that's the big picture. If you dig deeper, there will be particular trade-offs, you know, between the three categories, and I don't deny this. However, I think that liberal commitments to honor all three claims simultaneously do not create a tragic dilemma. They can be honored simultaneously. They can be acknowledged each in their own terms. Where is then the dilemma? The dilemma is the old tension between liberalism and democracy. There is a tension that plays out not just in terms of policy dilemmas, which policy goal to prioritize. Galia has been talking in her paper about the trilemma between right security and utility or welfare. There are many of these policy dilemmas, but there are also politics dilemmas that we have been talking about. The short-term horizon of policymakers who are legislators who want to get re-elected. That's an essential feature of democracy. We want to hold them accountable and to be able to re-elect them, so we force them to think in short-term terms through the way we design democracy. And that creates a real dilemma in arguing towards them. You ought to take into account the interest of the next generation, which is a more open immigration policy than we have today. And finally, I think the deepest dilemma is about political community. As I said before, we can no longer think that thinking about political community as a nation that has to be built will allow us to open the borders for the three types of immigration claims more widely. We have to imagine political community in a way that is still bounded, democratic, not dispersed in a cosmopolitan polis, but at the same time imagines itself as having open borders, or relatively open borders. And that is difficult to do. There might be levers for bringing it about. Yesterday we saw one slide that says, surprisingly, even in the crisis, support for free movement in the European Union and member states is still comparatively high. It's higher than you would expect. So maybe there is something going on that actually many Europeans are imagining their nation states as having structurally open borders, and they come to build this into their image of the political community. Similarly, and more importantly, and more difficulty to achieve, admission for protection can and should become part of the imagination of political community. And here I think the Italian story is encouraging, it's heartening. Mare Nostrum, there is our sea in that slogan, it's our sea. There is a kind of claim of Italy that we once ruled that sea, right? But it bolsters the idea that Italy has a responsibility to protect and save human lives, even in the absence of European solidarity. So here again, there is a story how you could have an expansive version of political community that might help to mitigate the dilemma between liberalism and democracy. And I'll stop here.
Okay, so I just want to recall Joseph Weiler's comment at the outset about the difference between academics and policymakers, which I think is right, that they have different kinds of responsibilities, and policymakers have to take into account what's feasible in the moment, they have to take into account distributions of political power, and it would be a mistake if you're responsible for taking action not to think about the consequences of your action, and whether you like the way power is distributed or not, you have to take that into account. Phil Martin said, you know, this was a mistake to press, when the Americans were stopping ships at sea and people complained about that, then the solution was they sent them to Guantanamo. So I think that's right. In terms of a political judgment, if you think that this was wrong to stop people at sea, nonetheless, it might be, as a policymaker or as somebody engaged in action, you should refrain from criticizing that if you think the consequence is going to be worse. On the other hand, it's also important, and this is where I think the academics can come in, to think about whether or not stopping people at sea is morally acceptable. So you might have the view that something is morally acceptable even though you can't do anything about it politically at the moment, and you should separate out those questions, and that's what I'm trying to do in my paper. I'm offering an analysis of what I think is morally acceptable, but that doesn't translate automatically into an answer to the question, what is to be done in a particular context? Okay, so every discussion of public policy takes place against a background of explicit or implicit presuppositions about ethical principles, and I think one presupposition that dominates discussions about migration is both popular and political ones, is that states are morally entitled to exercise considerable, not absolute, but considerable discretionary control over which non-citizens it will admit. I call this the conventional view. And because it's so widely held, as the name suggests, I think it's helpful to begin any discussion of the ethics of migration within the constraints that are imposed by the conventional view. At the end, I'm going to challenge it, but start within the constraints of that. And in that context, there are two key questions, it seems to me, that arrive. There are lots of questions. I've tried to discuss them in the book that Rainer referred to, but I'm going to focus here on two questions that arise for rich democratic states in Europe, and I think similar questions in North America. What obligations do democratic states have to admit refugees? And that's the first one. And the second one is, how should democratic states respond to irregular migrants? So all democratic states recognize that refugees, the obligations to refugees set some limits to this discretionary control over immigration. But the challenge is to spell out, well, precisely what those limits are and how far they extend. And under the conventional view, states are morally entitled to prevent irregular migration by people who are not refugees, but they may nonetheless be morally constrained in how they how they prevent irregular migration and how they treat irregular migrants who come. So that's the second kind of question. What are those moral constraints? And these questions are interrelated because many of the measures that are designed to reduce irregular migration also prevent refugees from arriving. And many of those who wind up in an irregular status arrived as refugee claimants and had their claims denied. So these questions aren't entirely separable. So I'm going to make 4 arguments in this section. I'm going to say rich democratic states have an obligation to resettle many more refugees from among those living in long-term refugee situations elsewhere in the world. That's the first claim. Second, rich democratic states ought not to prevent the arrival of refugees. That's the second claim. Third, measures to deter non-refugee, irregular migration must be consistent with a commitment to the preservation of human life as the most fundamental priority. So whatever measures you use, you have to be consistent with that. And finally, long-settled irregular migrants should be granted legal status, even if they don't qualify as refugees over time. They should be granted legal status, and even prior to that, they should enjoy a range of legal rights. So 4 claims, all of which are controversial. I should say about this paper, in the book on the ethics of immigration, there are a number of policies that democratic states have adopted that I think are morally defensible with respect to the rights that are granted to permanent residents or many citizenship policies and so on. But here I'm focusing on ones that I think are deeply flawed. So but that doesn't mean that every time you do a moral analysis you have to say no, but in this case I am. Okay. And in the final section, I'm going to challenge the conventional view. I'll return to that. So the point here is that, again, coming back to the distinction between academic and policymaking contexts, it's important in an academic context not to neglect questions about deeply entrenched injustices simply because they are beyond the reach of currently feasible policy alternatives. Because if you ignore those kinds of questions, those questions about deeply entrenched injustices, so you know you really can't do anything about them in the moment, but if you ignore them, then you implicitly legitimate the status quo, and you make those injustices disappear. So it's important not to do that, and that's why I'm going to raise that at the end, even though I don't think it has anything to do with political feasibility. Okay. So everyone recognizes that refugees pose a challenge to the international state system, but the problem is this. Most states are very reluctant to take in refugees, and they're inclined to do so only when the alternative to admitting refugees is to use force overtly to make the refugees stay in their home states. And that means that most people who manage to get out of their home states wind up in a neighboring state. That's, these people are flowing. Your choice is you make them stay with guns at the border, which sometimes people do, or you let them in. So it's important, and of course it's important to recognize there are many people who could be considered refugees but haven't managed to get out at all. In fact, many more, 30 million forced migrants who are internally displaced now, kind of refugees within their home state, you might say. Okay, the fact that refugees usually wind up in a neighboring state might be okay. I think it's reasonable to say it's sensible, that's where the refugees should first go, and that's okay if they can go back in a few months or even, a year or so. But many of the crises are not like that. The people who have fled remain refugees for many years, living either in camps with limited life chances or on the margins of the society they've entered without any secure legal position or social and economic opportunities. So I'm saying that's not fair to the refugees. It's also not fair to the states that have admitted them. And these long-term refugees, when I say this, that's a significant portion of the refugee population. I haven't looked at the statistics lately, but a few years ago, there were, at that time, only with an emphasis, 10 million refugees under UNHCR's protection, and half of them, so 5 million or more, had been in that situation for over 5 years. So long-term, so the idea that people are in long-term refugee situations, large numbers, right? And in that year, when they gave about 100,000 refugees were resettled. So 5 million versus 100,000. Well, what would be fair? Well, I think once it becomes clear that the refugees are not going to be able to return home in the foreseeable future, they should be given the opportunity to make a new home somewhere else. But where? Again, it might be reasonable to say, well, in the first instance, the refugees should wind up in the neighboring state, but there's no principled reason for thinking that the neighboring states should normally be expected to bear the responsibility of permanently resettling refugees. The right thing would be to establish some general principle for allocating resettlement responsibilities among the world's non-refugee producing states. And those principles should take into account both the interests of the refugees themselves and the capacities of the states to integrate the refugees. But I'm not going to try to specify those principles. They would be hard to sort out in some ways. But I'll just say this much. I think any plausible version of such principles would require all of the rich democratic states of Europe and North America, with the possible exception of Sweden, to admit many more refugees for resettlement than they currently accept. Many, many more. So when you look at the numbers, it's just not plausible to say. It's not plausible for almost any rich democratic state to say, we're doing our fair share. Just not plausible. Of course, there's a collective action problem here. Every state has an incentive to hope the other states will act and bear the cost of resettling refugees. And the result is that almost no state except the neighboring ones does much. And even the neighboring states often limit the ability of refugees to create a new social life for themselves. Now, sometimes when you have collective action problems, you can overcome them because states see that they have important interests at stake that they won't be able to advance unless they coordinate and commit themselves to some kind of binding solution. That's why you can get solutions to collective action problems. The problem here is that it's difficult to show what interest most states have in resettling refugees. And relatedly, taking in refugees is usually politically unpopular, even when there's no reasonable doubt that the people are in fact refugees and in need of a new home. So while it's reasonably clear in broad outline what is morally required with respect to refugee resettlement, I think there's little likelihood that most states will take in their fair share, however that is measured, or work towards a collective commitment to address this problem. And I'm sorry to be so pessimistic, and I'd like you to persuade me otherwise. Okay, besides resettlement, the other route by which refugees gain admittance to rich democratic states in Europe and elsewhere is by arriving on the territory of a state and asking for asylum under the Geneva Convention, which, of course, as you well know, requires states not to return people to any situation in which they'd face a basic threat to their human rights. And many more people succeed in getting into Europe by this means than through resettlement. But the rich democratic states try to prevent people from using this asylum system by imposing visa requirements and carrier sanctions that prevent people who might claim to be refugees from gaining access to their territories in the first place. Some still manage to arrive, a few 100,000 a year, but it's a small portion of the total refugee population, which is now around 17 million. And many of those who seek asylum are found not to qualify under the rules of the Geneva Convention because it's so narrowly defined. Here's an example, by the way. I think the Geneva of the difference between a political and a moral analysis. So if you said, is the Geneva Convention definition of a refugee acceptable, morally acceptable, I'd say no, because it uses this requirement that refugees be targeted, so it doesn't address the problems of most people who are fleeing generalized violence and so on. If you said, should we try to change that definition, I would say, oh no, that would be a terrible idea, because what will happen, it will become even more restrictive. So you can see morally it should be expanded, politically leave it alone, because it's reasonably well protected, and trying to change it will make things worse. Okay. Many of those who are found not to qualify don't get sent back because the state recognizes they'd be in danger if they were sent back. That's kind of recognizing they're refugees but not calling them refugees, even though they don't technically qualify under the Geneva Convention. And as we know, recognition rates vary widely among different countries. So it's hard to believe that we're successfully separating out the ones with valid claims from invalid claims. When you see this kind of variation, you can't have any confidence in the process. But the main point I want to make in this section is this. It's morally wrong to create a system to protect refugees and then to prevent refugees from gaining access to the system. Now, that should be pretty obvious, I think. But that's what all the rich democratic states do. We've become so accustomed to the techniques of exclusion that I think I'm saying this obvious point because it's important to remind ourselves why these techniques of exclusion are problematic. The usual justification for the techniques is to insist they are not designed to exclude real refugees, but only economic migrants posing as refugees. But the techniques are, of course, indiscriminate. And if it were really the case that states only wanted to exclude economic migrants and not refugees, well, then they would at least supplement the techniques of exclusion with greatly increased resettlement programs and opportunities for refugees to claim and receive asylum while still in their home countries, as we just saw in the previous session as a possibility. Even then, I think we wouldn't be justified in preventing people from being able to file a refugee claim under the system which we've set up to protect refugees. Okay, so the third point, protecting human life as a priority. Why is the title of this conference The Lampedusa Dilemma? Well, presumably because this phrase is intended to evoke the tension between the humanitarian responsibilities of European states and their interest in limiting the flow of uninvited immigrants. And even if we accept the conventional view, as I'm doing for the moment, it doesn't follow that states may use whatever methods they want to exclude people seeking to enter without the state's permission. For one thing, there's no way to know in advance whether or not those seeking entry would qualify as refugees under the Geneva Convention in a fair determination process. Many of the people who died in the Lampedusa tragedy had plausible claims for asylum. At a minimum, you have to say the fact that people are willing to engage in such risky and desperate attempts to get into Europe is by itself an indicator of how bad things are for them in the places they've left. And second, it's important for democratic states to respect the basic human rights even of people who don't qualify as refugees and who are seeking to enter without authorization. So in the wake of Lampedusa, there were increased efforts to provide search and rescue assistance to people in the waters between Europe and North Africa, the Mare Nostrum thing that Rainer just referred to, but those efforts have recently been reduced. Some critics have objected that making the crossing less risky would only encourage more people to make that attempt, perhaps endangering more lives in the end. This sort of calculation is one calculation too many, as Bernard Williams once said about utilitarianism. Every basic human right can be reinterpreted as an incentive for someone to act in ways that the state would like to prevent. But the whole point of identifying certain moral claims as basic human rights is to preclude this sort of assessment. The right to life is the most basic human right, the one that is a prerequisite to all of the others. And that's why a commitment to protect human life ought to constrain whatever measures are used to prevent unwanted immigration. Rescuing people at sea is a fundamental humanitarian responsibility. Even under the conventional view about the right of states to control immigration, we are obliged to find other ways to discourage unauthorized migration than deliberately exposing irregular migrants to risks of death that we could prevent. And recall again, there's no justification for discouraging refugees from seeking asylum and no way to know in advance which ones of those crossing might qualify. So I turn finally to the treatment of migrants who have entered without permission or overstayed a visa and make no claim to be refugees, or they've claimed to be refugees and their claim's been denied. And let's assume for this purpose, reasonably denied. So I'm going to call these people irregular migrants. And I make two claims about them. So again, even if it's reasonable, they're not refugees under any reasonable, even under an expansive definition. Let's assume we're dealing with people who are, in this sense, economic migrants in that kind of perfect. Even so, two claims. First, they're morally entitled to a wide range of legal rights, and secondly, over time they become members of society and become morally entitled to have their status regularized. In both cases, the fact that they've settled without permission does not prevent them from having these moral entitlements. Okay, first, what legal rights should irregular migrants possess? Well, first, some people say, well, legal migrants, they're illegal migrants, they shouldn't have any rights. But actually, nobody really thinks that, if you press it for a moment, because they should have whatever legal rights are necessary to protect their basic human rights. Every state has a moral responsibility to protect the basic human rights of everyone within its jurisdiction. And that includes temporary visitors, and it includes people who've settled without authorization. In a modern democratic state, there are no outlaws. The classic sense of outlaws was somebody who was beyond the pale of the law. The law offered them no protection. But the fact that someone is settled without authorization doesn't mean that she can be robbed or killed with impunity, right? The problem, of course, is that irregular migrants, we heard about this earlier too, are afraid to come into contact with state authorities lest they be turned over to immigration officials and deported. So often, while they have a nominal legal entitlement to the protection of their basic human rights, in practice they are effectively without protection. But there's a solution to this. And the solution is to build a firewall between those who are responsible for protecting basic human rights and those who are responsible for enforcing immigration laws. The former, the ones who are supposed to protect human rights, should be prohibited from communicating any information about irregular migrants to the latter, the ones who are responsible for enforcing immigration laws. And that's the only course to pursue if we're really serious about protecting basic human rights. I think there's also a case for granting irregular migrants a range of other legal rights, especially with respect to education and workplace protections, but the arguments there are a little more complicated, and I don't have space and time here to develop it. Okay, so why do I say that irregular migrants should be granted legal status after the passage of time? Because they become members of society, and the ways in which they're connected to others in the society ultimately become more important morally than the fact that their entry or settlement contravened the rules. The one increases in importance, and the way they arrive becomes less important over time. And here I want to draw an analogy between today's irregular migrants and yesterday's guest workers. So many European states admitted guest workers after World War II on the explicit understanding that these workers would eventually go home. And some did, of course. There was some circular migration. But many guest workers sank roots in the societies where they were working. They brought in their families. They sent their kids to school and so on. And in the end, the European states came to see that they could not justifiably enforce the original contract and make the guest workers go home, even in cases when they no longer needed them as workers, really. They'd become members of society, and they had to be recognized as such. It's a little different with irregular migrants, of course, because the guest workers did have permission to come in the first place and to work. The irregular migrants don't, for the most part, though there are some sub rosa invitations. But the crucial factor here is the same. Time reduces the moral importance of the original circumstances under which the migrants arrived. And we often recognize the moral significance of the passage of time in other areas. Many legal regimes have rules of prescription that allow property rights to evolve over time on the basis of actual use. Many legal regimes have statutes of limitation. You can't be prosecuted for a crime after a certain amount of time has passed. And that applies only to lesser crimes, not to things like murder. But clearly, violations of immigration law are in the category of minor offenses, are often not criminal offenses at all. Some states, one of the problems with Kripo's point is to say, well, it's not a criminal offense. You see that some American states have made it a criminal offense. Oh, we'll get a solution to that. Well, but you can't make it such a serious criminal offense, even if you were to criminalize that. So, how much time must pass before irregular migrants acquire a right to stay? I don't think that's a question that can be settled philosophically. It requires drawing a line, which is bound to appear arbitrary in the distinction it makes between those who are very close to the line but on different sides of it. But that's the nature of line drawing in the law. That's unavoidable. Think of the recent EU requirement that immigrants who are legally present on a temporary basis for 5 years should be granted permanent resident status. That rule reflects the same moral impulse that I'm drawing attention to here regarding the moral significance of the passage of time. If you think about, well, why did they institute that? Well, after, if you've been temporary for 5 years, now you're not temporary anymore. You've acquired a kind of permanence. That's what they're saying. Of course, there's no deep reason why it should be 5 years rather than 4 or 6, and there's no big difference between the person who's been there for 4 years and 6 months and the one who's been there for 5 years and 3 months. But so you draw a line and you recognize that, right? And that doesn't mean the line is completely arbitrary either. We can see that, well, it could be 4, it could be 6, but 1 would be too short and 10 would be too long. So there's a range. We make these kind of contextual judgments. So I'm going to conclude with just a few critical comments on the conventional view about the state's right to exercise discretionary control over immigration. And this argument, like all the ones here, are developed more fully in my book. So here's the view. We all know that feudalism was wrong, right? It divided people into two groups, the nobility and the peasantry, purely on the basis of birth. Relatively few people were nobles. They had many more rights and much better material conditions than the peasants, who were the vast majority of the population. And it was very difficult, almost impossible, for peasants to become nobles, no matter how talented or hardworking they were. Now, no one defends feudalism today. I don't know anybody saying, oh, yeah, that was a good arrangement, let's bring it back. We all see this as an unjust way of organizing society, but in fact, the modern world, taken as a whole, is a lot like feudalism. Being born into a rich state in Europe or North America is a lot like being born into the nobility under feudalism. It greatly enhances one's life chances, even if many of us belong to the lesser nobility. And being born into a poor state in the global south is like being born into the peasantry in the Middle Ages. It greatly limits one's life chances, even if there are a few rich peasants and a few manage to make their way into the nobility. This way of organizing the world is not natural any more than feudalism was. It's a social order constructed by human beings, and it is unfair to most of those who live under it. One of the most important things that made it possible to keep this unjust set of arrangements in place, that makes it possible, is the fact that states control entry. We don't let people move freely from poor states to rich ones, and we couldn't keep things the way they are if we did. And by the way, restrictions on nobility were one of the keys to keeping feudalism in place as well. Now, I'm not saying the best way to fix this underlying problem is to open borders and have everyone move from the global south to the global north. It would be much better, in my view, to reduce the vast inequalities between states. And then we'd have the kinds of conditions that Reiner is identifying. Fewer people would be driven to move. And you see that within Europe today, where there are open borders and people are free to move, but most don't, even though there are still significant economic differences between European states. Well, that's what a just world would look like. The differences between states would be much smaller, and people would be free to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, also for precise timekeeping. You know, the little signal was 20 minutes.
Yeah.
David.
Thank you, Rainer. I'll try not to speak for too long. Leave plenty of time for questions and discussion, and also for Matthew. I feel a bit like a tourist on this panel because I'm not really an immigration specialist, even though I've written a book about it. I mean, it's not my big subject. It comes out of reflections on questions about democracy, the nation state, citizenship, and more recently, global justice. And I think there is some virtue, actually, in coming at immigration from this wider perspective. I think there's a sort of phenomenon of capture where people who work for a very long time on immigration, not naming any names, are sort of captured by the subject in a way that may push other kinds of considerations out of the picture. So, I mean, what I think broadly is that the immigration policy that a democratic state should follow has to be a policy that is actually consistent with the policies it adopts over a whole range of other matters, including some of them we've covered here: population size, economic growth, the welfare state, ecology, culture, transport, housing, and so on and so on. All these policy areas, immigration impacts all of them, and so you have to have a policy that's consistent with these other policy areas. And of course, what that means is that I think that in general, the democratic state should have a wide scope to select immigration policies that are consistent with these other goals. It depends on their priorities in other areas, what kind of immigration policy they should favor, and therefore it should come as no surprise that different states pursue quite different policies. And of course, this also means that insofar as we can talk about a EU migration policy, that is problematic. I think it's problematic for the reasons that Joseph Weiler set out very clearly. You have a union of separate peoples, separate nations, different priorities, and yet somehow you have to try to formulate some sort of common policy. So I come to this with now two assumptions also, which are in a sense both democratic assumptions. First of all, that an immigration policy that's going to be legitimate has to be one that can win public support. And we know that across Europe, particularly perhaps in my country, but also in other countries, immigration is an unpopular issue with the public. Large majorities of people want to reduce it, reduce numbers. Large numbers of people express concerns about the impact of immigration on their society. And yet, on the other hand, public is often quite positive towards individual immigrants. I don't think you can put this down, therefore, to some kind of simple xenophobic hostility to immigrants as such. So why is there the hostility? Well, I think there are two things going on. One is a sense that immigration has run out of control, that governments have lost the capacity to manage and control immigration. And this, I think, goes very deeply to the legitimacy of states. I think state legitimacy depends on a number of factors, but one of them is actually showing that you're actually able, for reasons of security and other reasons, to maintain control over borders. If you have a sort of free-for-all, a scramble to get in, that is very damaging to the legitimacy of the government. I think the other issue is one of, in a broad sense, fairness, that there's a kind of moral economy to immigration, I think, which can be sort of seen as a kind of quasi-contract between immigrant and receiving state, where there are certain sorts of expectations that are placed on immigrants. We've already heard about the importance of being a contributor, finding work, not making too rapid and too excessive claims on welfare state and so on, but also I think a broader responsibility on the part of immigrants to integrate, to apply for citizenship in due course, and to adjust in various ways to the receiving society, in return for which the receiving society offers them policies of social justice, equal opportunity, access to rights, and so forth. So I think there's a kind of moral economy that has to be preserved there. And that's the sort of background. In this paper, I'm focusing on the particular. I'm not setting out the general arguments about open borders versus closed borders, but on the assumption that immigration policy has to take account of those two general factors, I'm focused on the issue of how immigrants should be selected. So the assumption is we're going to have to make choices about who gets in. How do we do that? My suggestion broadly is that we should think in terms of a kind of 2-by-2 matrix. Along one side, we have the now familiar distinction between refugees and economic migrants, and that axis reflects the different grounds for admission that these two categories of people can claim. So I treat the claim of a refugee as a claim of right corresponding to an obligation on the part of the state, whereas I take the claim of an economic migrant in a broad sense, and here I think reflects something that Rainer said, as a claim to mutual advantage. So the claim is, let me in and I'll benefit, but you'll benefit too from my presence. So these are very different sorts of claims. Now on the other axis, and this is perhaps where I'm not just following the wisdom of others, I distinguish between people who have what I call a particularity claim and those who don't. And what I mean by this is that there are some people who can make a claim against a particular state, that that state should take them in. And this could be for various reasons, some kind of historic understanding or promise. It could be a case of some service that the person has rendered to the state. I have an example in the paper of the Gurkhas, who wanted, after having served in the British Army, wanted to come and live in Britain, and were fortunate enough to find Joanna Lumley as their champion. So they succeeded, and they were granted. So that's a kind of particularity claim, a rather special sort of particularity claim. But there could be other claims of a different sort, based on the actions of the state in creating, for example, creating a refugee situation. So there are historic examples of this where states have recognized that where they've been responsible for creating refugee situations, they have a particular claim to admit the people who are created as a result. So although some people have challenged the distinction between refugees and economic migrants, I think that it has to be maintained, even if it's empirically hard sometimes to separate them on the ground. And I think the broad, so I think that I disagree, Rainer, with the way you pose the dilemma at the end, because I think in the case of refugees, we're talking about an obligation. In the case of economic migrants, we're talking about an opportunity or an advantage, and I think you can't put those on the same scale. So the answer is that refugees take precedence. However, because of the need to maintain the integrity of the democratic state, there has to be an upper limit on the numbers who can be taken. And so I think there have to be schemes for sharing burden of refugees, and that it's an obligation, therefore, for liberal democracies to enter into burden-sharing schemes, whether these are simply a matter of distribution of refugees or whether it's a matter of transfer payments to accommodate refugees in third countries. So then the question is, if that's the situation and you are only going to be willing to accept a subset of the set of refugees who apply to you, on what grounds should you select them? Which refugees should you give priority to? And I examine in the written paper 4 possible grounds. First of all, whether or not the person needs to be resettled permanently. Secondly, and this is the particularity point, whether the state in question has had any direct role in making the person into a refugee, whether it has a kind of moral responsibility on that ground. Third is the likely economic contribution of the refugee to the receiving society. And the fourth is the cultural claim, whether the refugee can show some kind of cultural affinity with the receiving society. Now, I assume that the first 2 grounds are relatively straightforward, and I think don't need much further discussion. It seems to me that in between somebody who needs only short-term protection and somebody whose situation is such that they clearly need to be resettled in the long term, it's right for a liberal democratic state to give priority to the second person because of the opportunities and conditions of life that it can provide internally that wouldn't be available elsewhere. And again, I think it's clear that if there's a direct role in creating the refugee situation, that creates a special obligation on a state to receive that person. I think the economic contribution issue is more difficult because it raises the spectre of decisions about refugee status being made on inappropriate grounds. In other words, rather than in terms of the situation of the refugee, the kind of threat to their human rights they're under, their prospective contribution becomes the deciding factor. But I think nonetheless that so long as those 2 sets of questions can be kept separate, and if it's a case of taking somebody in on a long-term basis and offering them a route to full citizenship, then it may be legitimate to consider economic contribution, potential economic contribution, as a factor. And then finally, the issue of culture. Now, as I mentioned in the paper, this actually arose recently in the case of refugees from Syria, where it was argued by some people, though not by many, that states with a historical Christian background had a special obligation to take in Christian refugees from those countries. Some kind of cultural affinity argument was being used, some sort of special responsibility based on culture. Now, I think you can sort of think of reasons to support that, but on the whole, I think I'm uncomfortable, as many were, with making those arguments in the case of refugees. I'm going to come to the issue with economic migrants in a moment. And I think it could only be defended on the grounds that there was going to be some sort of division of labour where, were it the case that it was easier, for example, for Muslim refugees to be accommodated in neighbouring Muslim states like Jordan, it might then be acceptable for European states to give some kind of priority to Christian refugees. Without that sort of background, I think it's problematic to use cultural factors as a factor in refugee cases. So, on to economic migrants, where there's not a human rights based claim. And the issue really is, why don't states have complete freedom to select economic migrants on any grounds whatsoever? So, what was wrong with the infamous White Australia policy, where for first part of the 20th century, Australia recruited not only just whites, but actually British people were the favoured. In fact, it was supposed to be a kind of all-British immigration system. Now, people recoil from this now with horror, but the question is, why? If we're talking about economic migrants, if we're assuming that democratic states have the right to control their immigration policy, why exactly was this wrong? And I set aside two explanations that are quite popular. One invokes a human rights against discrimination. And I argue that can't actually be used to deal with this kind of question. And I also set aside a rather popular argument that I've used in the past myself, which is to say that the explanation is that it's unjust to existing citizens. So if, for example, you had a racially discriminatory admissions policy, that would be offensive to existing citizens of the disfavored race, and that's the reason why you can't have one. I think that the problem with that is it gets the emphasis in the wrong place. You have to explain why it's an injustice to the people excluded, and not just to existing citizens. So at this point, I rely on what I call a weak cosmopolitan premise, and this holds that if you're going to refuse somebody a benefit to which they have a strong claim, even if they have no right to it, you must give them adequate reasons for your refusal. And what this means, in my view, in the case of economic migrants, is that you have to show that your admissions policy is one that's justified by the general purposes and aims of the state in question. So it's not arbitrary, it's supported by good reasons, which you can then lay out in a publicly stated policy. And I think that's, the reason why economic selection, which is obviously the form of selection that's predominantly used, why that's not regarded as problematic is precisely because economic growth is taken for granted, almost without thought, as a legitimate objective of the state. So I think the trickier cases then would be ones of selection on political grounds. Is it justifiable to give priority to people who can show that they're, for example, good Democrats or good liberals, rather than racists or sexists or theocrats or people who hold illiberal views? And on the other hand, cultural selection, is it permissible to give precedence to people whose cultural background will make it perhaps easier for them to integrate into the receiving society? Now, I think these are difficult questions, and I essentially argue that I think that, except in extreme cases, political selection wouldn't be legitimate, partly because it contravenes liberal principles of freedom of conscience, and partly, I think, because it underestimates the capacity of liberal states to re-socialize even people with not very pleasant views through the passage of admission to citizenship. So I think I'm an optimist about that. I think the case of cultural selection is more difficult because there are legitimate concerns about the costs involved of integrating certain cultural groups. And if you're going to run the logic of mutual advantage, which is, I suggest, the right approach to economic migrants, then I think you have to not only sort of do a narrow economic calculation of income versus welfare state benefits and so on, you have to take into account the broader costs of integrating different groups. You have to think about questions about language, language teaching, language translation. You have to think about multiculturalism policies, the costs of those. You have to think about a whole range of issues that arise when societies become more culturally diverse, questions about social solidarity, about housing policy and so on and so forth. So a lot of issues arise, which I think are legitimate to take into account when considering cultural issues. So that's my broad view, that in the case of economic migrants, states have quite wide discretion to select, subject only to the constraint that the criteria of selection should be publicly defensible and to reflect national priorities generally. I think in the case of refugees, the grounds for selection are narrower and have to focus more on the particular needs and the threats suffered by the refugee, and other factors have to be treated as secondary.
Thanks a lot, David, also for finishing 30 seconds short of the 20 minutes. Matt, can I set my timer to 15? So
yes,
that,
you can.
Yes, okay, very good. Floor is yours.
Oh, okay. If Rainer will let me, I'll begin with another quote by Rousseau. And they ran towards their chains. It's a real pleasure to be the discussant of these papers today. David, Joe, and Rainer are, without any doubt, the three most influential normative political theorists writing on immigration today, and I think we're very lucky to have them here on the same panel. They're not really in their usual positions, however, those expecting some kind of head-to-head battle between David and Joe on the question of the moral right to free movement. Don't get one here in these papers. And the position on free movement is taken up by Rainer, and in a way that is, I think, highly unusual, or should I say novel, by positing it as a citizen right rather than a moral right residing in our personhood. All of these papers illustrate the value, I think, of ethical theorizing in the context of the so-called Lampedusa dilemma. And each paper speaks directly to the question of what the ethical responsibilities of societies are in a world where most people don't accept there is a universal right of peoplehood based on personhood, a universal right of free movement based on personhood, where the supply of people wanting to immigrate far outstrips demand, and where commitment to liberal principles is still, at least amongst political theorists, a valid normative framework for guiding action. So I'm going to say a little bit about each of the papers, just raising some questions and trying to be a little bit controversial as I do so and finish within that 15-minute time. David's, and I'm going to do them in reverse order. David's paper offers, I think, a subtle account of the basis on which states, in the midst of these realities that I've spelled out, should select immigrants who should have priority. And he distinguishes between refugees who intuitively should have priority over economic migrants, and what he calls particularity claimants, those who have some kind of attachment to us because of what has happened in the past, who should have priority over more generally related people, or what we might call non-particularity claimants. And he concludes that in terms of refugees, there's little scope for choosing between them other than on the basis of need. But in terms of economic migrants, states have much greater latitude, allowing them to choose immigrants on the basis of their economic contribution and even on the basis of their sporting ability. And I mean that literally, that's actually in the paper. And as David just outlined, we owe economic migrants just this weak cosmopolitan premise. They must give reasons for the exclusion, and these reasons must relate to the legitimate purposes of the state itself as manifested in other policy decisions. Now, one question that emerges from David's analysis concerns, I think, the distinction between particularity and non-particularity claimants. I was wondering where the consideration of proximity would be accommodated in that distinction. The idea that, for example, we have special responsibilities to those refugees and potentially even those economic migrants who arrive at the borders of our state, or come under our authority or our effective control. For example, when states try to interdict potential migrants on the high seas, asylum seekers. For someone like Michael Walzer, this was a very important consideration in terms of establishing some kind of particular connection that created a moral responsibility between the state and the individual concerned. And this particularity connection is central to the international refugee regime as it exists at the moment through the principle of non-refoulement, the duty not to return back a refugee to a country where they would be persecuted. So I think there's just a question of where that would fit in this kind of analysis. Another concern I had relates to the claim that states may choose amongst economic migrants on the basis of their ability to contribute to national sporting glory. If we assume that economic applicants for entry are all aspiring Swiss footballers, or perhaps retired New Zealanders wanting to settle in Tuscany because of the excellent weather, then I can see David's point here. But in practice, as what goes on daily in the Mediterranean testifies, many economic migrants are absolutely desperate people, though not necessarily refugees in perhaps any tight definition of that term. People that are moving to escape crushing poverty and curtailed opportunities for themselves and for their families. Indeed, these people are so desperate, as Joe pointed out, they're prepared to risk their lives on the journeys that they undertake, often as one last gamble if one listens to the voices of these people. Now, in the face of this kind of reality, I feel a bit uneasy about the idea that a state can select footballers over such desperate migrants just because it wants some kind of sporting glory. And perhaps my concerns would be placated a little bit by knowing a little bit more about how David would define the category of the refugee and how it would be balanced against the category of economic migrants here. Would it include people in really desperate economic need, people that cannot really provide for their children in the states in which they're coming from? Do non-refugee Lampedusans have any kind of moral claim on us? But it's possible also that there's just something missing in the kind of justification he's prepared to give to the economic migrant, and that is some reckoning with the immigrants' need to enter that they have. Now, let me move to Joe's paper then. He covers a great deal of ground in a short amount of space. And as he said, many of the arguments he uses are covered in greater depth in his book, The Ethics of Immigration, which is a truly excellent book. But aware of the theme of this conference, I want to pick up on one of Joe's claims that isn't really discussed in the book, and that is his statement that measures to deter non-refugee irregular migration must be consistent with a commitment to the preservation of human life as the fundamental priority. Now, in discussing this claim, Joe alludes indirectly in the paper and more directly here to the recent case of EU countries refusing, or some of them refusing to continue funding search and rescue missions in the in the Mediterranean because it makes the crossing of the Mediterranean less risky and would encourage more people to make the attempt, thereby endangering more lives in the end. This is, he suggests, drawing on Bernard Williams' one calculation too many. Now, I'm very sympathetic to this position, but I'm not entirely convinced by Joe's argument here. one can note that Joe's rejection of the European position here is not based on any kind of empirical claim. He doesn't deny that more lives would be saved by stopping these search missions. His position is simply that respect for the right to life prevents us from making any balance between the lives we save now and the ones we and the ones that would be lost in the future. However, it seems to me that we do make similar calculations to this in domestic society, and they often seem morally plausible. For example, local authorities don't tend to place lifeguards in treacherous swimming spots because they want to make sure they don't encourage swimming there. What they do instead is put up signs saying, "Don't swim here," and inform foolhardy swimmers that Coast Guards don't patrol the waters. Now, they still come to the aid of anyone that gets themselves in trouble, but they don't have a standing guard there looking out for anyone in that particular situation. I suppose what I'm saying here is I'm a bit more of a consequentialist, and I do think it matters morally whether a lot more people end up dying because search ships operate than if they don't. Now, I'm sure Joe could say in response, and I hope he will, that we need to look for alternatives that don't involve these kinds of trade-off. But what would an appropriate alternative be? And here we come back to the discussion this morning, I think. European states could ferry refugees and potentially all asylum seekers across the Mediterranean, or we could say that such people should be able to enter through legitimate routes by giving everyone a visa. Either way, the cost of these alternatives for European states would be pretty large, I think, and we would edge towards a situation of open borders, at least for anyone claiming to seek asylum. And then I think we are in a situation where we've departed from Joe's initial commitment to the conventional view as a constraint on his discussion. Now, finally, we come to Reiner's really creative and thought-provoking argument about open borders that conceptualizes free movement as a citizenship as opposed to a personhood-based right. And nicely for the discussant, he added significantly to it here, undermining some of what I have to say probably. As a citizenship right, entrance rights to other countries flow from our right to demand of the state that it expands our sphere of freedoms and opportunities as a citizen to give us access to other states. And as examples like the EU make clear, there are ways of opening up borders for people based on principles of both economic integration and, I think, reciprocity there that seem much more effective in practice than arguments about a human right to free movement. So Reiner's paper, I think, has value both as a piece of normative political theory and as, I think, a sociological and explanatory contribution. I do have a couple of points to make about it, of course, as you want me to. First, Reiner's argument relies on the assumption that open borders, maximum free movement, is a desirable end, a utopia that we all want to achieve. And the citizen right conceptualization is simply the most realistic vehicle for getting there. But what if we don't accept this end, this goal? It's quite plausible that someone, perhaps someone on this panel, would argue that a world of free movement is not necessarily a desirable end, or most likely he or she might concede that while expanding the sphere of citizens' free movement is good, in terms of the way that it increases their opportunities and experiences, it's quite sufficient for this end that we can move around just in the EU or perhaps between Australia and New Zealand. We don't need to be able to move around everywhere, or perhaps between the US and Canada. The world itself then would not be our oyster, it would be a much smaller place. And anyone committed to this position, I think, may not see much reason for extending rights-based free movement opportunities to burden states, which is the next step in Reiner's argument. A second point I'd like to make is that the core duty of citizen-based freedom of movement from which Reiner wishes to build looks in some places at least a little shaky, and particularly from the perspective of the UK. The EU is a marvellous example of citizen-based reciprocal free movement provisions based on regional integration as well, and expanding free movement opportunities. But many citizens in the UK at the current time seem quite happy to give away this freedom to enter France and Spain and Germany if it means that they're not obliged to admit people from Romania and Bulgaria, who are now allowed to enter the UK under these provisions. The freedom that they want and that they consider far more entry is the freedom to prevent entry, not necessarily the freedom to gain it elsewhere. And in some ways this position, which admittedly is not shared by all UK citizens, thank God, imitates the demise of another entitlement-based free movement provision that formed part of UK history, the British Commonwealth. As a free movement organisation, the Commonwealth lasted up to the time that Caribbean and South Asian migrants began using their membership-based rights to move freely into the UK in the 1950s and 60s. Once they did, the whole free movement arrangement started to collapse. Now, all this is to say that given that the EU seems to face important threats to its free movement provisions at the current time, the extension of citizenship-based rights to burden countries looks quite challenging, to say the least, I think. Regardless of my nitpicking, these great papers, highly readable as well as normatively profound.
Thank you very much, Matt. Now we face another very minor dilemma, and this concerns the lunch break. Shall we carry on with the discussion until 1:15? Okay, 1:15. Okay, 20 minutes, and we all will hold back, and we'll just let you ask questions or make comments. Martin, yes.
Thank you very much for fascinating presentations. I've got three short questions. The first one is for David Miller. So on this question of consistency with other policy goals, so what do you do if there obviously isn't any consistency between current policy goals? I mean, it's not, to take the example of the UK, there's a strong commitment to flexible labour markets and there's a strong policy goal of reducing immigration. Well, I would say the two are contradictory. So there might be lots of contradictions between policy goals already. So what do you do in that case? And the second question to Reiner, so when you talk about mutual advantage, it seems to me a lot of the debate, certainly on economics of immigration, is about distributional effects. So to whose advantage? People who gain most are employers and migrants. But what if some people lose? What do you do then? And my final question, on your final slide, where you said this might be controversial on admission capacity, and this is maybe a question for all panelists. I mean, surely there are country specificities. Again, the results that come out of economic literature, the impact of immigration on the labour market depends on the characteristics of the labour market. The fiscal effects depend on the characteristics of the welfare state. And surely it matters, what the state of the social housing provision is in terms of what the impacts will be. So aren't there then, does that mean that when you think about the ethics of immigration, that it's always country specific? The policies, the ethical policy will vary from one country to another if you take account of these country differences.
Yeah, why don't you pass it on? Yes, front row, yes.
I have a quick question. First, thank you. They were all very clear and made a lot of sense to me, all your arguments. But a quick question to Rainer. What puzzled me in terms of, for example, citizenship rights, you have huge variation on some obvious things, like children born on your territory. Like you have, say, the Canadian-American example on one side, and you have the Japanese case on the other side, or citizenship to spouses, right? Whether if the spouse of a citizen gets citizenship, the Austrian case, as far as I know, you have to both be living in Austria, otherwise you don't get citizenship. How would you evaluate this variation within the framework you presented? I think it would, these are specific cases which are, to me, economically, they're obvious what the outcome should be, but from your perspective.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the panel, thank you. I had two questions, one for Joe, and I thought the way you finished, you were almost, I think, getting to this point where I wanted to start, which is these extreme differences in development levels and how that needs to be taken into consideration as well. If we're talking about moral obligations, many people, when you listen in the UN to the discussion between developing countries, they actually don't really want to leave, but they feel that they don't have a choice, and I think that goes back to what Matthew was saying. They are compelled to move because of extreme poverty. So if we're talking about the moral dilemma, there's also the moral dilemma of extreme differences in levels of development and how that fits into the discussion on policy in the EU and the European Union. For Rainer, I had a question that's very close to yours, which relates to the mutual beneficial aspect of migration, and this is a sort of a discourse we've had at the UN very strongly since 2006. We had the actual triple win, origin, destination, and the migrant. But since then, we've actually moved on to think that it's not just an automatic win, and so in that sense, it differs a bit from the discussion yesterday. And we're looking more at what are the costs and the ways we can actually make this better. And I think from a policy perspective, that's something I think we need to look in more concretely. And it's a very articulated discussion and discourse, but I think that's something maybe we can start to look in more. Thank you.
Was there another hand raised in this sector? I've registered a couple of those there. Okay, way in the back, but I've already.
Okay, many thanks. A question to David Miller in particular, but perhaps also to Joe Carrant on a category that seems to me the most obvious omitted category of migrants, namely family migrants. Is actually the biggest group, and it's an interesting question, I think, on the typology that David Miller presented. Where do they fit in, right? So you mentioned refugees versus economic, particularistic versus generalistic. Seems to me that on this first dimension, if you conceptualize this a bit bigger, rather than refugees versus economic, you could conceive this as rights-based versus economic. At least family migrants are traditionally seen on the rights-based side. You could argue that they make a particularistic claim in the sense that they have a family member in the destination country. But the interesting question then is, how does this argument that you make on cultural selection apply to them? And I think what we've seen in Europe, so I'm from the Netherlands, but we see this across the board, is that countries start to implement these so-called pre-entry integration measures, which I think can be seen as a kind of cultural selection, in the sense that migrants have to prepare, they have to integrate paradoxically before they move to the destination country. And I think this category of family migrants needs to be taken into account, and I would like to hear from you where this fits in. And I think on the Carrant's paper, of course, is also an interesting question, in the sense of, if you talk about obligations, for refugees this may be more obvious, but obviously to family migrants there are also obligations, but it seems that they are a little bit softer. But where then do you exactly draw the line? Thanks.
Then let me bring in Joseph, who also asked for the floor at this point, and then I have a couple of other.
So thank you. I've got bad news for the four of you, because we've loaded so much onto you, because in every other panel we sort of deferred the deep moral issues because we got ahead. And obviously you can't deal with all the issues that the other panels brought up. So the bad news is that we plan to use you as our normative brain trust. And I want to ask a few questions which I don't expect an answer before 1:15, but which we would hope you would be willing to follow up. I want to make a comment on Joseph Karen's approach, which I find altogether admirable. Because on the one hand, he's totally right when he said the fact that some things are not politically attainable should not mean that our duty, for example, as moral philosopher, is not to point them out. Because if we don't point them out, it's not the injustice will go away, the perception of injustice, it will corrode our moral sensibility, etc. But if I understand his work correctly, he's one of those moral philosophers who is willing to operate in what I think you guys call a less than ideal world, and deal with issues of a less than ideal world. So issue number one, the Lampedusa, raises two issues of moral hazard. One is, do we let them die because if we save their lives, it will encourage more illegal immigration? And I think there the answer is categorically no. But the second one is the one that Matthew Gibney pointed out. I think it's a more complicated argument. Even if we take a duty of being good Samaritans, we don't watch people die and not do anything about it, but a proactive duty to go out if the calculus is not the moral hazard that it will encourage more illegal immigration, but actually will result in more loss of life. And that's worth, I think the answer you've given at this point might be a bit too short, and at some point in the future one might want to. I would add to the kind of instinct against utilitarianism unintended consequences. The most famous utilitarian argument in history is Caiaphas saying, better one man die than the whole nation perish, and condemning Jesus to death with certain unintended consequences that changed the course of history. If he would have imagined what would happen, maybe he would have put him in life imprisonment, not send him to the cross. But having said that, you acknowledge, and I accept as compelling, that if human rights attach to people in their capacity as human beings, they have to be respected. I even accept the sort of firewall between those responsible for human rights and those responsible for immigration policy. But implicitly, and I think this is what's admirable, that it's a less than ideal world, you said there can be measures to discourage illegal immigration on that side of, and it would be interesting sometime in the future to give a range. So what would be morally acceptable policies which would discourage illegal immigration in terms of dealing with that moral hazard? To Rainer, your fallacy was of a specific kind. There's a kind of fallacy, I don't know your name, but that we heard before, and also from Orit Camille, which said, it's a fallacy in the actual moral reasoning, because, for example, the status of a refugee is constructed, and it's not that it has an objective reality. But your argument is not that it's a kind of fallacy. It's a social science. It says it's simply not a scarce resource. If we listen to what the social scientists tell us, it's not a scarce resource, and therefore we don't face that problem. I think it would be useful. First of all, you yourself acknowledge that in particular cases it might be a scarce resource. But since the data is contestable, since maybe even if you write it's not perceived by politicians, it is perceived as, it would be useful in some time in the future for you to tell us, let's make the assumption that it's scarce, it is a scarce resource. What would be a morally respectable way of dealing with this? My last comment is to following David Miller, because I think in a very cautious way, he shifted the argument from what Rainer and Joseph Karen's point was, allow them in or not allow them in, to what is no less a policy pressing issue, assume we allow them in. what are the kind of, for example, your moral argument that after a certain amount of time we should give them permanent, and I have great sympathy for this, but it depended on they become part of the community. And we know that there's a real issue here. It's very difficult to frame in politically correct terms, but it's the dilemma: to what extent should policies insist on a form of assimilation, understanding that it's not, if you come to Germany, you have to become a German in your soul, because you admit what a German soul means is going to change because it's becoming a multicultural society. But still, there can be two different approaches. Out of respect to your separate identity, we allow the incomers to live. The word ghetto has been used in these 2 days. Or we really ought to insist on full integration. The policy of the European Court of Justice, in my view, has been disastrous in this respect. The key case, Garcia Vela, is a second or third generation Spaniard living in Belgium. The Belgians say, you're totally welcome. We treat you as one of us. We do not discriminate against you, etc. Now your son is born. In Belgium, we say, for good or bad reasons, let's forget about that, the son can either be called with the surname of the mother or the father, but not both. And the Spanish father says, but in Spain, we give it both the mother and the father. The European Court of Justice says Belgium has to allow him. So the Belgians say, you in Belgium, be like us. Take your choice, either mother or father, the choice that every Belgian family. The Court of Justice makes the following choice. They say, no, since he's a European citizen and comes from Spain, Belgium has to respect his right to call his son Garcia Vela and not either Garcia or Vela. And the reasoning is because one day he might want to go back to Spain, and therefore he will suffer consequences if he's either Garcia or Vela. And therefore he's not like any Belgian citizen, and to treat him like a Belgian citizen will be discrimination, because Aristotle already told us that discrimination is treating the like in a like manner, in an unlike manner, or an unlike in a like manner, and he's unlike. They could equally have said, he's in Belgium, which the Danish government argued, we want integration, we want human integration. The duty would be on Spain if one day he returns to Spain to not suffer consequences of the fact. But they say there's a consistent line of cases that out of respect for the identity, they encourage ghettoization. So it would be important for all of you at some follow-up point to help us think about that dilemma. The tough, and with this I conclude, issue to David Miller is kind of in a gentle way, you said it's legitimate to take into account not just economic calculus, but absorption, cultural identity. And of course, what is very problematic there, to what extent are we encouraging and supporting unacceptable societal prejudices, etc., which you could say, yes, we want integration, but that kind of integration is based on demonization of certain others rather than other others, etc. You know, Bevin's famous comment, what would I do with 10,000 Jews? I mean, anyway, they won't really absorb here. So just to problematize what you said, although I really think it was important that you opened the door to that kind of consideration.
More question from the floor, and then we have one sentence or two sentence answers. I've seen Audrey there. Or maybe.
Their borders, but thanks. How can you talk about effective border control when, for example, we have up to 11 million irregular migrants in the US, up to 5 million or more in Europe? In recent years, countries as diverse as Poland and Malaysia have conducted regularization programs. Deporting or expelling people is a very difficult business. There's a lot of obstacles to it. Even in the US, where Obama has broken all records and deported more than 2 million, there's still, as I say, 11 million. So how can you talk about effective border control? Then I had a question for David Miller. You were talking about this particularity claim in relation to refugees. Could that not also be applied, and why not, to irregular economic migrants? So, for example, you often hear the argument that one of the reasons for such a big population of irregular Mexican migrants in the US is as a result of, for example, NAFTA trade agreements between the US and Mexico, which resulted in impoverishment in Mexico and unemployment, and then the knock-on effect of Mexican migrants coming to the US. Is that not, is that kind of a particularity claim that could be applied in that particular context? And I don't say this in a po-faced way, but I'm surprised we're using the word illegal migration, illegal immigrants here today. I think a lot of people, including Joseph Carnes, have written, in favour of using the word irregular or slightly less offensive terms. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have a very quick round of answers. Now, first question is, Matt, do you feel you need to answer too, or do you just take notes for you?
Not really, but I just will say just one really quickly about the unintended consequences question, because that was the only one really addressed to me. And it was just, I suppose my point is, I kind of fashioned it in a kind of controversial way that made it sound like a criticism, but I actually agree with most of the people on this table about most of the things they say. But I just think that if the choices of our policies, if it's necessary in terms of operating effective border control to leave large numbers of people to drown in the Mediterranean, we've got to start coming back and asking those questions Joe does in his book about just the legitimacy of border control as it exists in the first place. And maybe these consequences which you mentioned about detention, about deportation, about these whole range of activities, really are just a way of kind of leading us back to saying it may not actually be worth it to be defending some of these borders. And I think that's a case that really has to be considered increasingly.
Thanks. David, you want to go next?
Yes, okay. So I'll try and be quick. In response to, first of all, quickly to Matt, I distinguish between the state that has the responsibility to assess an asylum claim and apply non-refoulement from the question about whether that same state should be the one that actually takes the person in if the claim is... So under a burden-sharing scheme, the state of first approach should make the decision about whether the asylum claim is valid, but it can then, under certain circumstances, pass on the person to somewhere else. And on the definition of a refugee, it's a really, really difficult question. I've really grappled with this. I think desperation by itself isn't a sufficient condition. You want to go broader than the Geneva Convention, but it has to be something like threat to human rights coming from the state or agencies that are permitted by the state in such a way that the threat can't be resolved in the country of origin. So just being very poor, because there are other possibilities, aid and so forth, I think is not sufficient. So I have a slightly narrow definition, but broader than Geneva Convention. It's a very tricky question. Relation to Martin, I think the point is you've got to take policy in the round. It's not just the flexible labour market, it's housing, it's the welfare state, it's education, it's the environment. You've got to tailor your immigration policy to all of those, not just to one. So I think that's why, I think the current UK immigration policy is partly a reflection of things like housing shortage and so on. On the issue of family migrants, so my view is something like this, that it's there's a right of family reunification that attaches to citizens, I think also, though, to people on the road to citizenship, but not to temporary migrants on temporary programs, so it would depend on the case. But for people who are there to stay, either they're citizens or are going to become citizens, they have that right. But because I'm hot on integration, I don't think I would necessarily have an objection to policies that prepare people in advance for integration. So wouldn't be selection policies, but it would be part of the process. And I think Joseph sounds some good cautions about cultural selection, I accept those. And yes, I think particularity claims can be made on the part of economic migrants. And I had in the paper I have a case, I sort of construct a case of an Iraqi translator, which is a rather strong case. But I think your case also might well fall under that category.
On Matt's point, I probably overstated a bit the absolutism of the responsibility. So I do think consequences matter, but then I think, you know, what both you and Joseph Weiler were saying about the dangers of excessive calculation of consequences, there is something to be, you've got to sort that out a bit. You know, when you start, as I'm doing for these purposes, from within the constraints of the conventional assumptions, then it's reasonable to say what is the extent of the proactive duty of states to take responsibility for what other people are doing. It's reasonable to say that. But then I thought Matt's last statement was very effective in showing the dangers of kind of sticking within the narrow parameters of that. With Claire's point, so I agree, you know, global justice is just an order of presentation. I spent a lot more time on that in the book, of course. I do think that's the fundamental question is why do people feel the need to move so urgently? So I think the right to move should be regarded as a basic human right, but I think in the normal course of things, most people wouldn't want to move. Some would, and they ought to be able to, and most people wouldn't want to move if things were arranged properly in the world. On the family migrants, I agree. I see family reunification and family formation as a basic human right. I talk about that in the book. I just, you know, didn't talk about it in the paper. But I do think it's and so I object strongly, and do so in the book, to the kind of procedures that the Netherlands and some other states have put into place, the Danes, a different kind of thing, where these are not just preparation. So I'm with David. I'm in favor of integration and inclusion. I have, so the question Joseph Weiler raised about that, I've got a whole chapter in the book in which I talk about examples, even names, you know, where I say it's appropriate, I actually agree with you, it's appropriate to expect the immigrants to change their names. So if you're Chinese, but you have to spell your name in the local language or you know, but on the other hand, I wouldn't go along on that one with, say, requiring somebody to say, well, we've got a list of names that are acceptable, I don't know, Greek names or Danish names, and the first name, you know, if you've got, so there are differences, I think, and you'd have to distinguish those kinds of things. And you have to get into the details and talk about why one makes sense and another doesn't. But there shouldn't be any possibility of excluding, so you can encourage and offer language courses, and that's all good to people who are coming in as spouses, but what's not okay is to say, unless you pass X test or Y language capacity, you can't come in. I think it should be an absolute right, family reunification.
On Matt's UK exceptionalism, that they would be willing to give up free movement in the EU if they only could stop immigration into the UK, let me present an anecdote about an interview with a BNP member. This is the British National Party, far to the right from the UKIP party, who said, I'm so pissed off with immigration in this country, I'm seriously considering to move to Spain. His second challenge was, how would I address people who disagree with the idea that in an ideal world, borders should be open for free movement. I find it really hard to imagine what a liberal argument could be for closing borders in an ideal world. And that, I think, applies even on David's grounds, if he accepts that states have a duty to present reasons when they restrict immigration that can be accepted as being non-arbitrary. So my image of an ideal world is in which liberal states no longer have non-arbitrary reasons for restricting immigration. That has nothing to do with how big the flows are. But you know, the very conception of what an ideal world of democracies with decent levels of welfare, etc., is, I think makes it very difficult for states to say, we still have very strong reasons why we don't let you in that kind of context. So therefore, I would just disagree that the ideal can be defended on liberal grounds. Then we split into liberals and non-liberals, and that's fine with me. On the the argument that why state control is actually becoming effective. I think you look at the numbers. You know, it's a fairly recent development. I think there used to be the standard claim that liberal democracies are so constrained by their liberalism that they can never have effective border controls. And then look what happened in the US and how the numbers have declined in the last 10 years since there was a really heavy investment into border controls. A dramatic decline, specifically from Mexico. So we shouldn't delude ourselves that liberal states lack the repertoire if they are really determined for political reasons or whatever to implement it. I think this is just the recent lesson that we have had to learn in immigration. It does not mean that they will be able to stop the flows, because on the other side, of course, there will be people who are so desperate that they try to overcome even the highest border fences. And they will also find some means of doing so. But the numbers will go down. And this is what the primary purpose of these kinds of more effective border controls is. And then finally, the big question about the nature of the fallacy that I've suggested. I think, as Joseph pointed out, indeed, it's a two-level argument. One is normative, one is empirical. On the normative level, I would think of it a little bit like the, in a Isaiah Berlinian way, an argument for value pluralism. You shouldn't trade off so easily freedom against welfare and say one always trumps the other. I think that's a little bit the kind of thing that I want to argue for these different types of migration or immigration claims. You shouldn't easily say that it's always true that claims for protection, for example, trump the claims of citizens to return to their country of origin. I think these claims are incommensurable because one is made on grounds of membership and the other one is made on grounds of personhood. And liberal states are committed to upholding them both. So that's the moral argument, right? The empirical argument is a little bit different. There I would really say that the fallacy lies in assuming fixed admission capacities. What we've learned from migration scholars all over, also in this conference, is migration admission capacities are dynamic. They change as a result of migration itself. And if we take that dynamism into account, then, we don't know exactly in advance how big the capacities will be if we change our policy towards a more open one, and there are good moral reasons for doing so. With this, I think we haven't done the poll whether we all accept the commission that we got from Joseph to become a brain trust. Yes. Well, let's see. We haven't signed the contract, but I would be very happy if all of you were willing to join that commitment. And with this, we finally break off for lunch. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all for coming back for this last session. Actually, I hope this is an interesting continuation of interesting discussions. We are here as a final roundtable actually to try and wrap up what are not so much our answers, but our questions, our rephrasing of the questions, of the dilemmas and trilemmas involved. I think we've identified a few yesterday and this morning about the trade-offs that are involved and about how we can get to more innovative thinking by bringing together different perspectives and also different expertise. It's probably a quality or a dubious quality of us experts that we sometimes stay within our disciplinary expertise. But I think this workshop has been a useful exercise in trying to open up for, say, somebody like me who is a sociologist, open up to legal or economic perspectives, and I think that was true for everybody. I want to launch this final roundtable discussion saying that our upper limit is 4:30 or 5, but of course we will go on for as long as we feel like. We can also finish earlier. That wouldn't be, that doesn't mean this is not interesting, but that probably means we've come to a point in our reflection where we're going to go to take things home and reflect further. There is a final, arrivederci cocktail at the end, so don't disappear as soon as we're finished with the work. And I want to kickstart the discussion now by asking Peter Bosch, an expert actually in the policymaking and politics world that we've been discussing and hypothesizing about this 1.5 day, to give us a short reflection about what are the constraints that somebody who is involved in policymaking, particularly in Brussels, is faced with, but also what you would see, Peter, as some of the priorities that need urgent attention. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And I've been asked to speak for about 10 minutes words of wisdom. That's going to be very difficult. I mean, the quality of what you have produced over these day and a half is such that, I have to be very modest in what I will be saying. Yes, I've been doing policy making now for 15 years in the European Commission, mainly on issues of migration and asylum. And the last couple of years, I've been in the cabinet, as they say, of Commissioner Malmström. Commissioner Malmström, who has been responsible, as you know, for home affairs, and my areas where I was supposed to say something useful occasionally were migration policy, asylum, and much of what is, would be what some of you would call the repressive agenda. I mean, it's about borders, external borders, creating and enlarging the mandate of the Frontex organization, return policies, relations with third countries, building the entry-exit system, the registered travelers program, all of those things that the Commission has been doing, has been presenting over the last years. I've been heavily involved in, and I can take your questions also bilaterally if you would have any questions on that. That is not the purpose for my short intervention. My short intervention is to indeed give some reflection from a policy perspective about what we could do in this setting. The setting of the EUI, and let me first of all thanks very much both Joe Weiler and Madam and Brigitte Lafan for taking the initiative of the forum. It is a crucial time for the European Union to be discussing demographics, migration, and citizenship. I use, as you hear, a kind of different kind of order of the words because to me it makes more sense to do it like that, but that is just on the side. Why is it so important? First of all, because, and not in order of priority, but we have a new political reality in Brussels. We have a new European Commission. As you know, Mr. Juncker, the new president of the Commission, has said this is the European Commission of the last chance. If the Commission does not, in a way, make clear what is the importance of the European Union to the European citizens, we better forget about it. So the next 5 years are going to be absolutely crucial for the future of the European Union. There is already a lot of skepticism, and Juncker is determined to take that away. The second point is there is an economic reality out there. there is a need for, and I think that was, very well debated today, there is a need for a new, revised, proactive migration policy that will address the labor needs of the EU. Migration will be part of that policy. Of course, bringing down unemployment, yes, retraining, all of that, yes, but migration is to be a part of that. And so it is vital that the EU develops a new policy on migration. There is practical and social reasons for doing this. Why? Despite all the initiatives on border controls and what have you, the EU is becoming more and more a region of destination. Millions of people are coming into Europe. Many are leaving Europe. Our population gradually is changing. That has social and practical consequences. Last year, member states had to deal with 500,000 people seeking asylum, despite all the rhetoric about, repressive and so on. These are crucial questions that we need to answer. So, for me, and we've spoken a lot about the migration, the Lampedusa dilemma, you can phrase it in different ways, but for me, the Lampedusa dilemma is very simple. How do we develop a European migration policy in all of its facets that will address the challenges the EU is faced with, which in essence means that we have to have a more open Europe. Goes without saying. Whereas at the short-term agenda, there is a tendency to be concentrating on short-term measures which are predominantly closing. It's about borders, it's about return, it's about stopping trafficking in human beings, and so that is the dilemma. How do we create, on the one hand, an open Europe that meets the challenges and at the same time also take care of apparent needs, also political needs, where there is a sort of short-term repressive agenda, to put it in I only have 10 minutes, so I hope you don't mind me saying that. Now, so now looking for what this forum can do, I think, and Joe Weiler is of course right, we have to really carefully think about how we're going to shape this. We have to think about what are the objectives, what is our methodology, and what will we in the end produce as an end product. For me, looking at it now, one of the key things is to work in a multidisciplinary manner. I mean, we've had so many great contributions, and it is clear that there are all sorts of dimensions to these issues that usually are not fed in if you're a policymaker. I mean, the historical perspective I found fascinating. I mean, there are moral aspects, economic aspects, and all of the different departments of the EUI, I think, should contribute to this forum, to have this multidimensional approach to the issues that we will be dealing with. Second, I think the forum should also bring in those trends that are usually not very visible. Of course, what we are discussing is about geopolitics, and we've hardly spoken about that, but it is about what's happening to our world, not only in our direct neighborhood, but also in Africa. I mean, Africa population is going to double. What about what is happening on our eastern flank? How do we see these things? The geopolitical dimension is important. Technological developments. It's not only about building these new systems to control people, but also these systems allow for a more open Europe, and we can discuss that. It would be very important also to look into the future. I would be extremely grateful if more work could be done on what is coming at the European Union. What is going to happen in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years? That is very difficult. If you're in a cabinet and the commissioner, says, listen, 300 people died in Lampedusa, what are we going to do? That, you're under a lot of pressure to invent short-term measures. I think the forum could be extremely helpful in looking at, what is coming at us. just a point of recommendation. We've been speaking a lot about migration. If we are going into the sort of trying to see how we can shape policy, I think it is extremely important that we're going to be subject specific. We have to look, you know, the debate, the political debate, the policy debate about international protection, about asylum, about family reunification, about the detention situation, about labor work. It is all different kinds of discussions. And I have to remember, we have to be extremely careful not to put everything in one bowl and then start, you know, thinking about what we could do. I think it is also for you know, very important that we distinguish the different debates and the different discourses. I think also we have to think small. If we're zooming in on those different areas, there is not going to be the miracle solution. If the miracle solution would have existed, probably with all the thinking power we have here and in academia and all the studies and all the policy, you know, all the SEPs and the brokers of this world, probably this solution would have already been found. I strongly believe that we have to think in small policy recommendations that are politically feasible and realistic. And I heard already a couple of them mentioned by you. Some mentioned a couple by accident that I think that's exactly the thing we should be looking for. So I'm really hoping that we could do this. Something that I have not heard sufficiently, but it's my personal feeling, is about what are the positive sides of the issues that we're discussing. I mean, what does migration and labor migration do to the EU? What does it do to our social and cultural world? What does it do to GDP? No, I think it is important that we would, you know, spend also from the economic side a bit of time to see, you know, what are the economic dimensions of this mobility. We need a new narrative. I think you are in a good position to think about the concepts. We are in a rapidly changing world, and sometimes it would help to have a sort of labeling that makes things possible. I think if you look at, I use the example of labor migration. If we were to say we need to launch a European initiatives in ensuring skills and talents, which is what we would like to do, that might be setting a different tone that we need a migration policy. One of the experiences I had was with, you know, when we had a very difficult relations with a number of third countries, trying to negotiate and dialogue with them, we invented, and Agnieszka knows, we invented the idea of a mobility partnership. It is not the EU telling a country what to do. No, we are there to listen to you. What is our common agenda? We developed the idea of a mobility partnership, and it started to have a life of its own, and it is a concept that I think works. Let me finish. Maybe the forum could also help us to identify the hurdles and the barriers to make progress. Sometimes we are addressing issues, 21st century issues, that we're trying to approach with 19th century inventions. Some of you be familiar with the work of Benjamin Barber. Nation states and ministers are not usually the ones who are looking for an immediate solution. They are the ones who want to be re-elected. Looking at the mayor of a city, he is the one who has to provide social services. He is the one who, you know, and so maybe we should look at different fora for our debate. One striking thing is, and someone of you mentioned it, that most of the subjects that we're discussing here in a European context are being discussed by the ministers of interior. Well, the ministers of interior are not always the ones who have the most bright views or open views about how the European labor market is in need of skills. The Minister of Interior usually will say, can we agree on measures that reduces risk? And that is why the EU agenda on more repressive measures, if I may say so, is, you know, an agenda that evolves rapidly. It's very difficult to get an agreement on measures that imply risks. It is less difficult to agree upon a return policy, for instance. So I think we could look at, what are the barriers to progress, and there are several. I want to stick to my 10 minutes, so I won't elaborate. The last point I would like to make: this is a forum, and I enjoy it enormously, and a great tribute again, Anna, to you. But at some point, we have to face the policymakers. I think what we need to do, and Joe Weiler invited a number of you to think about, the future and think about policy recommendations. At some point, I think we should try on the different subject to have a policy paper and sit around the table with the policymakers and also listen to them. Because policymakers usually are a bit informed about the realities, but I think it is important to really engage and have a stronger connection between academia, the EUI, and the people in Brussels sitting behind their desk and having to try to invent policies. I think the forum can be an extremely interesting way of attempting to do this. Some attempts have failed because these are very different worlds, but I think with our help, with the first experience, and with my humble contribution to this, I think we really have to try to make it work, and I hope that we can be in a sort of collective engagement in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'd like then to invite Philippe, Rainer, Joe, myself last, just with a short comment to kick off the discussion, and then we immediately open the floor. Philippe?
So Peter invites us to look at the next decade or next 2 decades, and Peter mentioned Africa. I think it's important. We have the idea that migration is globalized, but I think it's a wrong idea. If we look at actual flows of migration, we will see that most migration occurs within regions. And we clearly belong to a region that is very close to Africa. So we have to consider Africa as probably the most important source of future migrants. It is even more so if we look at the recent trends in Africa. Until the independence of most African states, let us say until the 1960s, there were kind of freedom of circulation in vast parts of Africa. And then the nation state was invented. And with the nation state, you had borders, you had the national anthems, you had national narratives, etc. And we see now countries like Côte d'Ivoire that was constructed with migrants, closing the borders. So intra-Africa mobility is not on the rise. But the reason for leaving African countries may well be on the rise. So looking at our extended neighborhood, not only the close neighborhood, but the extended neighborhood, I think, is something important. We talked this morning about asylum, about the Syrian refugee crisis. We know that Europe already, we had 500,000, I think, asylum seekers, 1/5 of them coming from Syria. Well, we have to look at our close neighborhood also. Clearly countries like Turkey, and even more so countries like Lebanon or Jordan, cannot continue to keep their border as open as they did in the recent past. But Syria is continuing to produce refugees, and not only Syria, but also Iraq. So we have to consider very seriously what to do with the Syrian refugee crisis and the Iraqi refugee crisis, which are gaining momentum. So that, I think, is something which we should consider important for the close future. Peter also mentioned the ideas of technologies, and that was a bit a topic today and yesterday, but it should become more of a topic, I think. Is it, in terms of cost effectiveness, for example, Is it better to control the border or to control the territory? We have means to control the territory, so why bother at the border? Because we know how counterproductive it can be in terms of many things, but in terms of irregular migration on one side, but also of the smooth functioning of labor markets, of business relations, etc. So we have also to consider that we are no longer in the 19th century, as Peter said. So, well, I will stop here because you invited me to be short, but perhaps at a point I would like also to say more about origin countries, but I will do that in a second run of...
Thank you, Philippe. I think it's very important what you point out. So the interregional process, like intra-regional and interregional migration, and how the two types of flows are interconnected. I think this should not escape our radar. Rainer?
Yes, let me also try to pick up some of the hints that Peter gave us. First of all, let me reflect a little bit more on what the forum could do, you know, after this, and what it maybe shouldn't do after this kickoff event. I think the forum might be good in bringing together facts, narratives, and dilemmas or trade-offs into to have a perspective on the issues that we have discussed that goes beyond just compiling the facts. These are the numbers. Of course, we have to know them. It's very important. But they have to be woven into a narrative that goes beyond the facts. So we need interpretation. And as you said, we need interpretation from multidisciplinary perspectives. We need to look at the same facts from legal, economic, demographic, historical, etc. perspectives and try to see if we can develop coherent narratives about these. And finally, we have to spell out what are the difficult issues that legislators, policymakers, also maybe courts are faced with, and what are the trade-offs by taking one or the other policy option. My inclination is to say we should stop there. We shouldn't go beyond. We shouldn't try to then add to this, and this is what we think, here's the equilibrium point on the trade-off. That's the best policy option that we find when we do the comparison in Europe. You ought to do all the same as country X in this area. I think this is, would be beyond our mandate. This would be really the area of policy think tanks, and we are not one of those, and we don't try to emulate them. I am also not so sure that we should try to help policymakers with finding good labels for policies that we might agree on are good ones, like mobility partnerships. As academics, we tend to try to find concepts that maximize controversy. You know, we all want to create attention. In this regard, we are a bit similar as journalists, you know. But we don't want to, we don't seek consensus, you know. We are not in the game of, you know, seeking a label that might conceal some of the hot stuff, and so that everybody can agree on it and then hook a policy onto that. This is not what we are trained to do, and this is not what we are good in doing. So you might find, in the end, some discrepancy between what we spell out are hard choices and different dilemmas. And we will call migration, right? Even if it doesn't sell. And then policymakers might come along and say, no, I agree with some of the things you suggest, but let's just call it differently, and that will sell. But that's, you know, a division of labor that I think we should accept. Finally, I think the forum could, as you said, you know, at some point, or should at some point also become a dialogue, right, beyond the academic world, where we sit together around the table with policymakers, if they find the time to meet us. And what we could gain from this kind of dialogue, which is always a difficult one, is to engage in an exercise reflecting on the process of policy making itself. I think rather than discussing a menu of policy options, I think we could also learn a lot from trying to think through with some of the policymakers how would they go about in implementing the policies that they think are the best ones, and what are the obstacles and hurdles that they face. Some of us are trained political scientists, and there is a field of policy studies, right, that tries to do exactly this. But it's rarely done in dialogue with these people. You usually do it by analyzing networks and inputs and outputs and these kinds of things. So the dialogue itself might have an additional quality that both the academic side and the policy side would find useful. And finally, let me pick up one thing that you said that I liked a lot. I've read Ben Barber's book, If Mayors Ruled the World. It might be a good, I have some critiques, but of course I have, but I won't spell them out. But, you know, it would be interesting. Should mayors rule the European Union? And what would it mean? That's, of course, a fantasy, because the Union is constituted by its member states and not by its cities, right? However, there are certain elements that give specific importance to the local level already in the Union as it is constructed, not least of which includes political participation rights at the local level for mobile European citizens. So there might be a reason for focusing on something below the state level. Not just, we always, in migration, we tend to look beyond the state level because we are studying transnational processes. But below the state level, we might find policy arenas where a different mindset predominates and where solutions, as you said, tend to be more pragmatic, practically oriented, but they might also be translatable to some higher levels. That is obvious for things like Joe Cairns when he discussed irregular migrants. You know, if you look at where does the impetus come from to actually either create firewalls or regularization programs, it comes from local contexts. And it's very often the mayors who think this is a problem we ought to address through regularization. And that applies to many of the other issues that we discussed. There tends to be an unhelpful division. You know, the sub-state levels in administrations, they're in charge of the integration side, and the state will take care of the hard outside, border control, asylum, etc., etc. And I think that distinction is worth blurring in order to bring in the expertise and the mindset that you find maybe more often at the city level than at the state level.
Thank you, Rainer. I'll give the floor to Joe.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to say to you, Anna, is that I'm almost at the point of overdose. The second thing is that we also have a tension between short-term and long-term in our reflection. Policy community wants answers tomorrow, and we might have to discipline ourselves and say, no, it's not going to be tomorrow, it's going to be the day after tomorrow or the month after tomorrow, etc. Not to rush, fools rush in. If you think of what we've done in the last day and a half, it was a kind of smorgasbord. We did a bit of asylum, we did a bit of migration, we did interesting economic analysis, we did moral dilemmas, we did some history. Each one of the sessions could have been the subject of a day and a half or a week and a half. But I think it was useful for two reasons. For me, it was useful. First of all, there was a little bit of mapping going on, really to trying to understand what are the contours of the problems. And surely we haven't mapped everything, but the challenge looms large. And secondly, I do think, at least for some of us, we were listening to things that, you know, I've looked at these issues from a legal perspective. I've written a lot about citizenship, etc. And it's not only that I was hearing things that I don't normally hear or read, like that historical perspective. I heard lots of counterintuitive things, like asylum is not something we have to do out of a moral duty and sacrifice. Actually, it might be beneficial. It's not something that you hear every day. Usually it's let's do the right thing even if there's a cost, and suddenly we are told, well, maybe there's not just a cost here. Maybe the good combines with the useful. And the economic analysis from Dolado, to me some of what he said was counterintuitive. I'm still sorting it out in my mind. It was a little bit too good to be true in some ways. And so the second utility that I took out of this was forcing me to think, even though these are issues that I have been thinking about, with insights, perspectives, etc., that I don't usually combine, and I don't usually see an integrated approach, such an integrated approach in the literature. So, Mr. Juncker, there are two ways to approach these problems and their time. One is, here is a very complex problem, and let's sit together and knock our heads together and come up with some kind of solutions. That's what Peter Bosch would eventually like. But I'm still at the stage of, here is a complex problem, and let's knock our heads together, and we will show you that it's an even more complex problem than you thought to begin with. And what I've done is, I've got a decalogue, 10 points that are going to make life so difficult for Mr. Juncker, for the new commissioner, for your director general, etc. Just to, in a very concrete way, to show the challenge. Number one, the tension between short-term and long-term. Mr. Juncker knows, and he said, and you quoted him, this is do or die. We have to make Europe once again attractive to European citizens. It's not clear that a message which will make Europe attractive to European citizens is the message that is good for the long-term migration policies, etc. So there's a real tension between short-term and long-term, which Mr. Juncker will have to navigate. I'm not saying that it's not navigable, but there really is, the long-term might become hostage of the short-term. And how to navigate that is challenge number one. Challenge number two, the difference between perception and the real factual matrix. We know that. You say migration, we are overwhelmed by these hordes of, take your pick, depending on which country it is, Poles or whatever, Bulgarians and so forth. And the effect is that they take jobs and that they increase domestic unemployment, etc. There are a lot of perceptions there, even by well-meaning, people on the sort of, quote, good side of the argument. We committed to. So there is a real tension between the perceptions that are out there and actually a cold, level-headed, factual matrix. What are the real facts? It's not easy to navigate that because sometimes there are real big debates. What are the real facts, etc.? Which model explains what? What can we really learn from the statistics, etc.? So there's another thing, to navigate between perception and actual credible factual matrix. Tension number three, which reflects already the first two, is the distinction between politics and policy. The Commission is meant to do policy, but of course Juncker is, in his own understanding, through the process he was selected to be Commissioner, it's the first political president of the Commission that we have. He's not in the concealed way. Always the president of the Commission was a politician, but now he's openly a politician. And he faces the same dilemma. How do you navigate between politics and policy? Whereas before they could say, we are the source of expertise, we are the disinterested collective view of what's good for Europe, and we put it on the plate of the Council of Ministers who does politics. It was never a true story, but it was, in some ways, the official narrative that's gone. He is both a politician and a policymaker, and there's a tension between the two. There's a huge problem in addressing this issue to differentiate between internal migration and external migration, which in a lot of the discourse, it's all fused together. I'm against migration. So Merkel says, no, that's a fundamental principle of the European Union. It's not negotiable. But when Cameron says we have to take charge of migration, he's not only talking about internal migration, he's also thinking about the migration issue, and yet in public discourse everything is fused together to the detriment of good policy making, to the detriment of credible politics. So the need to differentiate and not scapegoat external migration, but at least differentiate that these are two separate sets of issues, and one can't simply say the migration challenge, etc., because they really do. So that's number 4. I thought it was wonderfully put by Rainer Baubeck today, and it in some ways was the subtext of the normative panel. There is a tension which we very often simply do not like to admit to ourselves between our commitment to liberal values and our commitment to popular democracy. What is selected, elected, decided democratically by parliaments, by the voters, etc., does not always jive with our commitment to liberal pluralism as, for example, encapsulated in our constitutions, in bills of rights, in the European Convention, in the Charter, etc. That's another challenge for Mr. Juncker and for the policymakers. How do we have to respect democracy, even when we don't like it. It's not that I like the democratic choice when it's mine, but when it's not mine, I say, okay, I prevail. It's a very deep tension which comes to very, very sharp edges when it comes to the migration debate. That kind of tension between our commitment to liberal values and to democratic voter preferences in our democratic institution. We heard from Peter Bosch. Yes, you know, the European way, the Jean Monnet way, the Robert Schuman way was step-by-step concrete achievements leading to de facto solidarity. So let's do real little things that work, that mobilize, etc. But that's in tension with an overall strategy, because it's very seductive. Wow, that's a great idea, let's do it. That's another great idea, let's do it. It both works, it's popular. It's Schuman again, step by step, concrete achievements leading to de facto solidarity. And it's not part of a strategy. So suddenly you find yourself, because of short-term gain and actually wanting to do something that you can show we've done something, and it's outside a broad strategic vision that transcends the political cycle and transcends the life of the Commission, etc. So there's another one. I'm not sure if I'm 5 or 6. And in the same way, it's a problem that we know, but it's very sharp here. Expertise. You said we have to separate the issues. You know, international convention is one thing, asylum seekers is another thing, migration is another thing, and there are different groups of. But we're all aware, Mr. Juncker, first of all, of the silo problem, that we develop these silos of expertise within the Commission, some of it a result of the 28 member states. We need 28 commissioners. So it used to be there was one DG for agriculture, then it was agriculture and fisheries, then it was agriculture, fisheries and seafood, because everybody had to have a slice to do something. And what is particular in the light of our forum, the horizontal view is not only migration. Remember, we said migration, demography, and citizenship. Demography is critical. We heard it. That's where we started with Philippe Favre's presentation and with the historians. How many babies there are is going to have a major impact on our whole discussion of migration, our family policies, our gender policies, those whole range of issues which are certainly not part of the policy discussions when they meet and brainstorm about migration and what should we do, this formulation of Lampedusa or that formulation of Lampedusa. But it's critical. If we take a view that goes beyond 5 years but goes to 15, 20 years, demography is an essential dimension of migration policy. But the silo problem, the expertise problems, militates against this. And we should not lose sight of that. And we have to sequence it. So in this forum, there will be a place where we will talk about demography and family and why does it work in Sweden and France and it doesn't work in other countries, etc. So we can't allow ourselves to lose that. Two more of these dichotomies. I think by this stage, he really needs 2 bottles of aspirin. Member state and union. On the whole, historically, the Union generally, the European Parliament egregiously, the Commission, not as bad as the European Parliament, but certainly, have not always respected the line between member states and union action. The most appealing legitimation to the Commission was, if it works, if it produces results, let's do it. And let's turn to the legal service and have them come up with why we can do it. If we don't want to do something, we go to the legal service and say, please tell us that it's against subsidiarity or there's some...
the lawyers.
Yes, exactly. But there really is a complicated, we can't sacrifice in the sake of a good policy, be it migration or also other policies, very other important constitutional principles, and human rights is not the only important constitutional principle. When the Danes voted against Maastricht, our initial reaction was, this is because they were unhappy with the democracy deficit. The social science research that followed showed that they were not at all concerned about the democracy deficit, partly because the Danes actually had a handle on that with their EU committee, etc. They were worried about encroachment. Wow, this kind of wave that it's coming, the union just swallowing up everything. Take citizenship. The Maastricht Clause says nationals of the member states are citizens of the European Union, with all the rights and duties specified herein. And when Felipe González suggested that, he said, we have to show that it's not only the euro. This will mobilize public opinion for Europe. It had the opposite effect. What? Now they also want to take over citizenship? So when we get to the Amsterdam and the Nice Treaty, there's a modification. Nationals of the member states are citizens of the European Union. Citizenship of the European Union is supplementary to and does not replace member state citizenship. A backlash against it, which I'm trying to say, the issue of respecting constitutional principle, what member states do, what the European Union does, is not just an abstract lawyer worried about legality, although I think that's important in a society based on the rule of law, but it also has deep political and social ramifications. And last, it's where you started. Juncker has to find the balance between listening and leading. Reflecting preferences, but also creating preferences. So that's my decalogue. Those are the 10 tensions that he faces, and you see we're still at the stage where we're not, here's a complex problem, we academics are going to find nice solutions for you. At this stage, we're increasing your dose of aspirin. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I think I'll try to bring back the discussion a bit away from Juncker and back to migration, so to how can I say, bring us back to focus. I think one message I've taken from these roundtable introductions is that we probably need to bring the message with a messenger, and that's what this forum is trying to do, because there's a lot of messages from academia, and there's a lot of requests from the policymakers for what they call evidence, but often the dialogue is not as straightforward, and I think one lesson that we have learned is sometimes you need to get the message through with a messenger. That's more effective. I think we all acknowledge the tension about thinking small and thinking small and now, thinking big and later. Again, the forum is trying to strike a balance between the two. And just a final word about migration and asylum as areas of policy. I think they have something very specific that encroaches with democracy and liberalism, that they are policies on which a citizenry is asked to decide, but the people concerned are not part of the citizenry. They don't have a voice in this policy. So when you decide welfare policy or labor policy, the people concerned are part of the political body. In the case of asylum seekers and migrants, including legal migrants, they don't have a say. Fourth and last, I think there's something to be said about migration and asylum. Often what we are all hoping to get at is good forecasts. What will happen in 10 years, 20 years, next year, what will happen? But forecasts are notoriously wrong, at least from a social science perspective, because you can never address the complexity and unexpected character of the factors. I think that's the lesson from history in particular. But I think there's two things to be said. In each and every policy, there's costs, direct costs and indirect costs. So take, for example, controls and detention. There's a lot of direct costs that often escape the public debate. So how much does it cost to detain? So it's not just about ensuring that the people who are unauthorized are here and they can be deported, they can be forcibly returned or voluntarily returned. So we lock them up, and that's an efficient and effective policy, and nobody speaks about how much does it cost, the direct cost of the border guards and of everything, the equipment, and of the detention centers, but also how much it costs in terms of losing human potentials, in terms of putting healthy people into detention and getting them out after 6 months or 10 months unhealthy, both physically and mentally. We spoke briefly yesterday about minors. We speak also about brain drain and brain loss. At the same time, what policymakers would say, yes, but what if we did not have this policy? And I think that's part of the dilemmas or trilemmas that we have to address. What if we did not have this border control? And when we social scientists try to assess the costs, I recently finished with some colleagues a study on the costs of irregular migration control in Greece, a notoriously partially successful country in this. We found that Greece spent in 5 years €500 million in controls. It very much used the European Border Fund and the European Return Fund, not very much the European Asylum Fund, in a period in which Greece was pinpointed as a failed asylum system. And that's obviously a political choice. And our result is that it was a political choice of the Greek government, but also of the EU, that buttressed and supported and guided these choices. At the same time, it is true that when assessing, when we divide this $500 million, we say, how many people were arrested, how many people were detained, how many people were returned, and it doesn't fit the bill, it's too expensive. But at the same time, what the policymakers and even the officers on the ground will say, yes, but it's a deterrence effect. And having a failed asylum system has also strong deterrence effect. Don't come to Greece, it's inhuman, it's degrading, it's terrible. Go to Italy, it's a little better. Go somewhere else. So I think it's exactly to complexify the question and say, particularly migration and asylum, I think this democracy problem that the subjects of the policy are not part of the, of the polity, and there is this always potentiality of thing, like what if this policy was not in place? And so when we judge efficiency and effectiveness, we really need to have a complex and multidisciplinary understanding, as I think most people here advocated. And by this, I would like to open the floor to, to your questions, comments.
I sort of want to start by reflecting on what Peter Bos said first, the democratic legitimacy of the European Union. And what has been happening recently is that several of the organizations have tried to sort of enforce the democratic legitimacy by inviting NGOs, international NGOs, to create a forum. So, for instance, Frontex has now 15 international NGOs as advisors, which is, the idea is that when they are given a voice, they will be part of the policy, and this will enforce the democratic legitimacy of the EU in the long run, which I think is a positive development, but it creates, in my view, also two paradoxes. And the one is that when they become part of the system, they also become toothless. They lose the sting because they have had the opportunity to say something. So the chances are that there will be a very large turnover because other organizations will stand up and say, look, the ones that have been encapsulated are no longer the ones representing civil society. So it will generate a very large turnover within civil society rather than enshrine this democratic legitimacy. And the second point, the second paradox that is created is that what I try to address in my talk is that many of these organizations advocate policies which have a very long tradition, which might not be the policies that we as researchers think are the right policies, so, enforcing the victimhood discourse. And, while giving these organizations a very clear voice, they might also end up in policies which, contradict what we think are good policies.
Okay. I think everybody provided a great overview, and seeing Peter as the client here now, and what we can, what he can take back to Brussels. Now, two things I want to emphasize. One is the interdisciplinary nature of the thinking exercise, and I think that's a great idea. And if I want to bring something from international trade, which had the most successful global integration policies we have seen in history, pretty much. And that was achieved through a mechanism where you brought the importer and exporter at the same table. And that was done by conditionality. So basically, you said, I'm going to lower my barrier if you lower your barrier. What the impact it had, then Boeing had to lobby in Washington. Boeing is the largest exporter in the United States, said, you have to lower, for example, agricultural barriers or textile barriers. Then I will be able to sell my products. So you have to bring the guys who have most economic stake into the negotiation table as basically a lobbyist in the game. And that addresses the democratic deficit. What we are saying in the migration debate, the guys who talk about it are the NGOs and the academics and the good bureaucrats. But the people who have most at stake, like me, my nanny, my house cleaner, and the guy who fixes my roof are all immigrants. But I don't do anything about it, right? Or, basically the employers of the immigrants and the consumers of the services. Nowhere in any state, in any country, you see this. They enter the debate. We managed to do this in Malaysia. There was this anti-immigrant debate. Then we brought the owners of the plantations and the small factories go lobby the government. They said they would have to shut down and fire Malaysian supervisors if they were to kick out the unskilled Filipinos and Indonesians. And that goes back to the democracy issue, because I think the politicians are much more rational and less emotional than we are when it comes to they look at the hard facts. And if you look, and then thinking small, I think makes a big difference. If you look at the occupations in France, which has the highest ratio of immigrants, it's the football players and the Catholic priests, right? If you look at in the United States, the two professions are engineering professors and the supermodels, right? So you can start with these small examples, and I think it builds a narrative. Today, the 30% of the new residents in the medical schools are foreign students. It's part of the Obamacare. You have to go, and they're talking about putting special visas for foreign doctors because you need the doctors to fund Obamacare. So I think it would be nice to open the borders for everybody who wants to come in, but it's not going to happen. It's going to happen through small lobby groups. And you have to kind of take down the wall one brick at a time and finding, okay, look, if you don't have African priests performing services, there are going to be no marriages, no baptisms, no funerals, because French guys are not becoming priests. I mean, small stories like this, I think, builds a narrative, and it shows how the migrants contribute. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you. 3 quick points, I think, which are relevant for the policy review of migration policy in Europe and for the forum. First one related to interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity, but going beyond that, I think that we have necessarily in a systematic way relate migration policy reform with other reforms. I mentioned yesterday the labor market reform in Europe, but I think, for instance, you cannot dissociate the migration policy reform of the role of Europe in the world, or even of the review of political participation in Europe. I mean, they are very much linked issues in many respects. And in this regard, I think for the forum, it would be useful to reach out to other resources in the EUI who are working on related issues, but not necessarily on migration. Not only different disciplines looking into migration, but for instance, international relations and the discussion on the EU role in the world is very relevant here, and others. Second issue, I mean, the more I look into migration policy in Europe, the more I see it is a very, very Eurocentric approach. If you look at the EU relation with Africa, it is 100% Eurocentric. If you look at mobility partnerships, you have put it wonderfully. It was an idea to make partners basically palliate, swallow things that were Eurocentric. And we have, I think, at the European University Institute to try to overcome this Eurocentric approach. And a way of doing it is going beyond the petty political debate. In the refugee issue, it's very clear. I mean, we are discussing in Europe about the marginal percentage of reality of refugee and asylum in the world. And we should go beyond that. I mean, this is a key issue. And third issue, I do agree with most of what Peter Bosz said before, with one qualification. I don't think we should necessarily care too much about political feasibility of our proposals. Of course, we have to try to convince policymakers and politicians, no doubt. But this is the profession of politicians, to find ways to do politically feasible what is politically or rational from a policy point of view. But I don't think this should be the role of academics, and I don't think we should focus on that. And I say that coming from a country which was the first of Europe in Europe having accepted and adopted and approved gay marriage, homosexual marriage, from a very Catholic country. In the matter of 5 or 6 years, the public opinion changed completely on a key issue, just because leadership of politicians. So I don't think this should be our main issue. Of course, you have to be politically relevant, which is not necessarily the same as politically feasible. Thank you.
I guess this is kind of contradictory to the last point, because I think that one of the distinctions that's worthwhile to remember is that there's a huge difference between the kinds of questions and concerns of policymakers and those of politicians. So when we ask what should Europe do, well, I think we really need to factor in the role of politics here. Again, it's my narrow bias, but I think that one issue that really was avoided here was we all sort of indirectly mentioned that given the media, given the salience of the issue, but given is the assumption that publics are somehow citizens of Europe, but really have to be dealt with at some level. And I think that a lot of the conversations that policymakers have are long-term decisions that we're thinking. For example, the demographic argument. If we wanted to resolve this situation, demography could really use all of these migrants, asylum seekers. We could really balance out this so-called replacement migration. That is not politically feasible because the numbers that would be needed are just really not able to sell to publics. So I think that this gap is really important. The kinds of questions that we're asking of what should Europe do is how do politicians and policymakers relate? So here's where I think I would welcome, again, the role of political constituencies. I don't know that an informed public is really necessarily the answer. I can't exactly say, but I do know that the way that we are discussing the issue certainly shapes the way that political constituencies buy the answers.
I wanted to highlight two issues that I think might be interesting for the forum to kind of unpack in future sessions, but that also would be relevant for Brussels. And the first one is low-wage workers. So it's taken us 15 years of a common migration policy to get the first directive on low-wage workers, as opposed to having at least 5 or 6 in the past 15 years. And at the same time, we've heard today and yesterday, when we talk about undocumented migrants, it's essentially undocumented work, because most undocumented migrants are working. So in the US, we have undocumented in the informal economy. I don't remember how many he said, but millions in the informal economy. In Europe, it's the same. They don't rely on benefits, they have to work. So how can we transform the debate? How can we think, like in the next 5 years, we have the seasonal workers directive. How can we expand that to other regular channels for low-wage work? To not only have a focus on highly skilled, but to transform the debate. And when we talk about regular channels in Brussels, oftentimes it's referring to asylum, but it's not really referring to resettlement either. So how, when we talk about regular channels, do we broaden this also with facts? And I think when we look at low-wage work, we have to avoid the pitfalls of a lot of the regular low-wage work in other regions of the world. So I don't know if you remember, Philip Martin had a slide there where he gave at least 20 examples of the different worker visas. And we know from civil society and trade unions in other parts of the world what are a lot of the problems of regular exploitation. So when we look at this, how can we challenge ourselves in the EU to have a really informed debate, to really transform a lot of the focus of irregular migrants, to move that into a debate looking at low-wage work for regular channels. And the second issue, I think, is how to make sense, and I think Reiner mentioned this as well when we talk about the courts and the judgments, but also I think in terms of EU policies. So we've done a recent exercise where we've looked at what are the different mentions in Commission documents, European Parliament, Council of Europe on undocumented children and healthcare. How can we start pulling all of this together concerning the social rights of undocumented, the court cases of all the various European ones, the commission bodies looking at these issues, to start to pull the evidence, to show there is actually a whole discussion that's a non-discussion. It's a quiet diplomatic exercise that's been going on for years on member state level as well as on the commission on undocumented. How do we pull together some of this evidence, bring together some of the actors to start challenging also this dilemma about irregular migration? And I think the third point is, who do we need to bring in? So obviously cities and mayors, regions are a really crucial actor. We were involved in the first meeting last month of cities and undocumented. And when you talk to cities about this, you realize they've been dealing with this for years. It's not a new issue for them. It's just that they're not in the right fora. As well as, I think, migrants themselves. I think what Cheller's point is, we increasingly see that migrants are afraid to actually be in public places if they are, with the possibility that they could be detected or reprimanded because of their irregular status. So how to also consider that when we talk about the voices of migrants.
Thank you. If I could add to Joseph's 10 and 11th, and that's the whole issue of solidarity, because the highest levels of interpersonal and interregional solidarity have been achieved within nation states. And as you go up levels of aggregation, solidarity becomes more and more difficult. And the EU is a very interesting case because there are elements of solidarity within the European Union, but they're very hard fought. and they're always very hard fought when you can put numbers on them. So you look at the negotiations on the European Union budget, they last for years, they go to the highest political levels, they always end in an all-night European Council meeting, and it's less than 1% the gross product of Europe. So so it's really tough. Emissions trading, the same thing, because you can put numbers on it. So it's not for no reason that some of the most successful European policies are the ones where the distributional impact is disguised. In other words, negative rather than positive integration. And it's really tough to get solidarity on once you can put numbers. And I think what it also tells us about the European Union is that the level of Europeanization is actually very thin. If you go into the ministries, the people who don't deal with Brussels every day, who don't go over and back and fly on the early morning red-eye flights, for them, they see their role in life as the protection of the domestic or the ministerial or whatever, but they don't see themselves as part of a collective European enterprise. So I think Europeanization is much thinner than those of us even who look at these things, because we're always looking at the people who link with Brussels. So I think Europeanization of the member states is, even in public policy terms, is quite weak. So I think that's an observation on solidarity. On politics, I think the forum, we need to look very carefully at what's happening democratic politics in Europe at many different levels. Individual attitudes, how those attitudes influence political behavior, what's happening in party systems, what's happening in electoral competition. Because immigration, asylum, and the demographic issues can be mobilized onto agendas, they can be kept off agendas. So who are the actors who influence how these are treated? But I think to ignore how publics feel is very dangerous, because if you don't, what happens if there's no voice? I think we need to pay a lot of attention to what I would call the politics, but politics at many different levels.
Thanks. Yes, question for Peter, really, and then perhaps one for Joseph. So it seems to me you should ask the sort of rather Kantian-sounding question: how is a European migration policy possible? I mean, it's not obvious. It's not obvious. So you have all these nation states. You have the very different makeups, economic, cultural, and so on and so on. And you think you want a migration policy for all of these? So now you can say, well, we're thinking about asylum, for example, and we're thinking about possible burden sharing. There's going to be strong reasons for trying to have a European policy, because it's an obvious unit in which you can do some burden sharing. But in other areas, I mean, so wouldn't the first question be not what should the policy be? That would be the sort of second question. The first question would be sort of where do we need to have a European policy? In what domains do we need to have a European policy, and in what domains really do we just not need to have a policy at all? We just leave space for states and perhaps even for sub-state units to develop their own. So I think, yeah, so avoid the temptation to think we've got to have one. Maybe we don't in some areas. I was just surprised. So, Joseph, you said at one point, I think one of your 10 was internal freedom of movement, you said, and external migration. These are two separate issues. We should not conflate them. Well, yes, maybe. But, you know, if you look at what are the kind of things that make people angry, you know, it's 10 kids arrive in my local primary school who weren't expected. Doesn't matter very much, actually, whether they're from Libya or from Poland. They're 10 bodies, and they're strange bodies. They don't speak English very well, maybe. So I'm just wondering whether you can actually, in some ways, if part of what you're thinking about in migration policy is the effects, the social effects of sudden movements of people in significant numbers, can you really separate these two? I mean, particularly in the case where you have open borders, where you have no border controls within Europe. So people coming in from the outside also can move freely across between states. So
I want to ask you a non-polemical question, really a non-polemical question.
Mm-hmm.
Would the same reaction be if the 10 kids arrived from Carlisle in Manchester? And there were 10 more kids in a Manchester school arriving from Carlisle or arriving from Brighton. It's really a non-polemical issue. It's a non-polemical question because it goes to the root of, because the reason I said we might want to distinguish between the two is that at least our objective would be that the parents in Manchester with the 10 new kids coming would be invited to think of the kids from Poland more like the kids from Brighton. It's because it's a different polity, because there's a different discipline of solidarity, etc. But would they have the same reaction when there were 10 new kids, if they were internal to that state? They would not, would they?
No, I mean, they might still grumble because there were still too many kids, but they wouldn't have the same...
So we're saying the same thing, we're just looking at it from the different side. Because for me, the fact that it doesn't make a difference is part of the challenge. I think it should make a difference. Now, not everybody would agree with me, but I think in terms of the way Europe thinks about it, it should make a difference if the kids come from another member states or come from outside. Not from a human rights point of view, etc., but still we're trying to build, there is content to European citizenship.
It might, but it makes a difference, but these are degrees of difference,
That's why it's so tough. We don't want to buy internal solidarity at the expense of external piggishness.
Joe asked to ask you a question, so I said, yes, please go ahead. But I want to say, yes, you are throwing a very provocative question, assuming we're throwing these questions to Mr. Juncker, which is, like you're saying, why should we have an EU migration policy at all? So the EU should regulate some areas, or we should have a common policy, but in other areas not. And maybe migration is within the core of our sovereignty, and we haven't yet reached that level in the EU polity to have this. Is that right, David? So this, I think this is quite an interesting and provocative question. I have a question over there, and then, hello, microphone.
For the next 10 years maybe, or what the European Union should do in the following years, as Anna said. But my question is, what should we do now or tomorrow, in the sense that last weekend 900 Syrians arrived to Syria, and unfortunately 20 died. Plus, yesterday the UN representative in Libya said that we are very close to a civil war in Libya. And then this is why, and because the conference, the title is the Lampedusa Dilemma, I think we are not really, we are offering very good recommendations broad, but not for Lampedusa and not from the point of view of the geopolitical issue. The 400 that died crossed Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan to Libya to get to Lampedusa. The same for Eritrea. And this is why I think that, above all, if also we see that the new Operation Triton, that is substituting Mare Nostrum, is more or less, or has more or less the same resources, poor resources, that before Mare Nostrum, in the sense that before Mare Nostrum, 400 died. Then Mare Nostrum was here, and we covered a bigger area, and they saved 130 people in the Mediterranean, but unfortunately 3,000 died. And now we just have not even a quarter of that with Triton, and then, I think everybody sees that the tragedy is close. It's probably going to happen, a tragedy, if they are still arriving 900 in one weekend. So for this reason, I think that we have to think and take terms, like for example, Karen said that to try to extend the proactive duty, and then think that also if we take a similar case, Libya, 2009, Berlusconi gave a lot of money to Gaddafi to help us. Before 2009, 30,000 arrived. With Gaddafi and this money, 2,000 arrived. And there was a civil war in Ethiopia and in Somalia. So then, this is the big point, and also, well, buffer zones, problems, and also the term vergogna, that nobody said at that time that many people from Somalia and Eritrea were dying in Libya because Gaddafi was torturing them. So, well, my idea or my proposal is that we also should think now and in geopolitical terms. Thank you.
So I think you're suggesting it's not about costs, it's about more of a political and ethical address. Aman.
It's a general comment about the problem, in fact, the Lampedusa dilemma. I think that the reflection has shown that the problem is not about demography. Of course, more immigration would help European demography. The problem is not about economy. Well-managed immigration might be well-managed, might increase European GDP, of course. And the problem is not even about the interest of the state, because states will benefit from larger population and larger economies, bigger economies. So the problem is exactly as Joseph Weiler has told us, that is this conflict between not liberal values, I would say, but between justice and democracy. Because the policies implemented by member states and by the Commission are unfair policies, because they intend to protect the rich from the poor, to maintain the level of wealth of the rich, even if it implies to kill people at the border, or so to protect the rich against the poor. But the problem is that these policies are the outcome of democratic processes. I think that the main problem the main inequality in the world since 40 years is the inequality between rich countries and poor countries. And in the 19th century, the inequality between labor and capital has been managed through the extension of the right to vote progressively. And I don't see myself any alternative. So it's a radical comment, but I don't see any alternative as an extension of the borders of democracies. This is the inclusion within democratic processes of the people concerned by those policies. But and I think academics have to think about that. How might it be politically feasible to extend democracy like that?
Thank you very much. Peter, I really thought your point on the perception and the positive perception of migration is very important. I was struck in looking at the program how a lot of the issues are framed in a negative context of the challenge and the dilemma and the problem. And I think that is a narrative, and it's true. But there's also the other side. And what I was mentioning earlier in my comment in the previous panel is at the UN, we're trying to move the narrative to reducing the costs and maximizing the opportunities, not simply minimizing the challenges and all these dilemmas. And I think that's very important. We were recently speaking to a large delegations of parliamentarians from a European country, and I was struck by how little information they had on migration in their own country. Now I think the perception in the public is even less, probably. So I think this is a clear challenge, especially for Europe, if there's this idea of trying to identify some commonalities. They did not understand that most migration in Europe work-related. They thought that it was 70% refugees, for example. These are parliamentarians from different spheres of the political spectrum. They're not all from one side. I think we need to do a better job to explain what are the benefits. That doesn't mean covering up the severe human, economic, and social costs, but I think we also need to focus on the costs, not just to the European countries of destination, but also more broadly in a global context. And I think when we focus only on the EU, we lose the bigger picture. And in the context even of thinking of what we were mentioning earlier, prevention, quote unquote, things that haven't yet occurred, sometimes those are things, opportunity costs and so forth. We need to think longer term, if we don't do this, what might happen? And those are costs that we might not see now, but they might be there in 20 or 30 years. And I think this is something we need to work on collectively from different angles. Academia clearly has a very important role to play. I think international organizations, the World Bank, ILO, UN, UNDP, all have to cooperate with this, and that's my comment.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give my colleagues here the opportunity for a reaction before we close. Actually, I think what you're pointing out, Claire, is really the politics, what Gale was saying, the politics, but it's complicated because I don't think it's about information only. Because also the way information is understood and used is very complex. It's not just about distributing the information. I want to kickstart the second round by referring to a comment or an observation that Joe Carnes made before about the feudal system. And I was wondering, so it takes a new enlightenment and a French Revolution. The problem is, however, the people under the feudal order were not, I mean, we have the benefit of ex post saying that was an unequal order. At the time, it took socioeconomic transformation and a revolution and a lot of blood to overturn it. But I think it's a very useful and provocative way of putting this. We shouldn't just be contented that we were just born on the right side of the global border. But I'll start from that side of the table. So Rainer, I'll ask you first to react and then close at this.
I thought I wouldn't say anything because I've been taking notes and we might still be able to use it later. But your comments now provoke me because I do have this ongoing discussion also with Joe on how to think about what many see as the biggest dilemma, which is global justice versus democracy within a state. The critical phrase when Joe says, if we take the world as a whole, with its birthright, citizenship, and closed borders, it looks like a feudal system. The critical phrase is taking it as a whole, right? So that, in a way, assumes something that I think we sometimes have to do for the sake of imagining a different world, which sees the world as if it were a single polity, right? A political system that has a structure, that is ordered through territorial borders, and that actually creates this kind of rigid hierarchy that is deeply unjust. And I see the value of, throwing out that provocation. At the same time, I think I'm normatively attracted to an ideal world that is much more deeply pluralistic in the sense that it would not wish to live in such a polity, which is a single one, right? And where these barriers are just broken down. I would imagine whatever world we wish for the future, it should not have a world government that has the power to do what the French Revolution did, right? I think that is also there is a possible danger that if that ever happens, it might up with another form of Jacobin terror. No, that's very provocative now. But I think there is a reason why a more pluralistic order in which peoples, in the plural, as Joseph emphasized several times, the other Joseph now, govern themselves in a rather thick way, and then coordinate amongst themselves and create another layer at the global level where global justice applies, right? Without projecting that idea of self-government to the global level itself, right? That ideal, in my mind, would entail open borders, because if all the polities are democratic and if there is global justice redistribution across states of resources and opportunities, then I don't see any reason why in such a deeply pluralistic world borders should remain closed. I think they could be open and they should be open, because states that would then reject, the people who move for whatever reasons without posing any deep threat to the local structures of citizenship, would be illiberal states. So this is why I still defend the open borders. But I don't want to arrive at this ideal of open borders the same way as Joe does, through the idea that let's imagine the world as if it was a single polity, and let's see the structure as a quasi-feudal one, with the implications that let's have the democratic revolution at the world stage.
I think Joe's computer doesn't agree with you, Ryan. I think you're even more of a visionary than Joseph Curran is with what you say about, ensuring global or democracy at the global level, so we can arrive to a peaceful revolution and solution. Philip Farg.
Yes, thank you. So I will try to return also to migration policies and to react to 3 points. The first one is we have been mostly Euro-centered during these 2 days. And the problem with migration, I think, is that migrants have an origin country. And in that country today, there is a state. And these states have diaspora policies. These diaspora policies have a short history, but they have a history. They started with trying to attract the resources of the migrant. So it was remittances policy. Then, in order to attract the resources of the migrant, you have to do it in such a way that the migrant considers that he is part of the narrative. And then it became a cultural or religious policy of the state of origin. And at the end, the migrant has to belong also to the constituency, etc. And it became a political policy dimension of the diaspora policies. Here we are today. We have states who are claiming their migrants, and in many cases, people end up with belonging more to where they come from than to where they actually live. So there is an integration challenge that we cannot deal with in isolation from the rest of the world, I think. The second, and also I think that we have to be aware of the fact that there is a big asymmetry in migration. There is not only an asymmetry in terms of rights, with a right to exit but no right to enter, but there is an asymmetry in more economic terms. Supply can be considered to be infinite compared with demand. So at the negotiating table, which I think is necessary between countries of origin and countries of destination, there is very much that asymmetry. And this is something which we have to take into account, that the voice that we hear at the negotiating table is always the same. It is the voice of the receiving country. The second point is on the 11th dilemma, which was mentioned by Brigitte, on solidarity. So I think that solidarity makes a lot of sense when it comes to asylum policies, because after all the EU member states share a common duty to protect persons in need of international protection. But explain to me how it would apply to migration policies, because migration policies have a very strong labor market dimension. And clearly the labor market in Greece is not the labor market in Germany. So I think that there is something we must think of here, that a migration policy at European level is something which is difficult to invent. The last point is on justice and democracy, the 12th dilemma, which I think is important, and you put it, yes, you put it as protecting the rich against the poor. Perhaps I'm wrong, but let me continue on this. This very much applies to anti-immigration policies. But explain to me how that would apply to pro-immigration policies, which are thought to be, they were labeled win-win at a point. But clearly, good policies in the domain of migration should also benefit the migrant person and the home country of the migrant. So it is not good policy making that, considering that the only policy making on migration is containing migration. It can be something else. That was my point.
Thank you, Philippe. Peter?
Yeah, very briefly. Just a couple of practical things. On Marlou's observation on Frontex and bringing in these NGOs and groups, that's done deliberately, not to silence them. On the contrary, no. I think what we really tried, and this is certainly something that Malmström herself was very much convinced, I mean, we need to bring these people to the table, not at these, seminars and so on, but really, if we are going to have a European agency that is responsible for controlling or helping to coordinate the control of member states, because member states remain responsible for the way they manage the external borders of the EU. How can we really listen to these organizations? And I can tell you that she was the one who really insisted that there would be a human rights coordinator inside the Frontex new mandate. And allow me to say that I strongly believe, also with the work that this human rights coordinator has done with the recommendations of all those organizations, that I think that the track record of Frontex when it comes to human rights, what they have been doing in training national border guards, to be conscious of all those human rights dimensions of the asylum possibilities, is quite remarkable. Not to defend Frontex, but that is a reality. We've been visiting, allow me to say, a number of countries who are on the front line of people coming in, also on the south, and allow me to say, I'm sometimes extremely happy that there are people from the Frontex agency helping the national authorities to deal with that, because in a number of cases there was no experience on how to deal with that. So there is not only the democratic legitimacy that plays a role, but also very simple. How do you do this? And I think that proved to be useful. On your point, bringing the constituencies, the people, the employers to the table, that's exactly what we're going to do. I mean, the Commission is going to organize a platform to bring in employers, public and private, and other social partners to the table to start the discussion. Until now, we have not done so. Proves to be very difficult, by the way, to get the private sector to the table. They think everything will be fine. And the policy and the human resource planning of companies usually is very short term. I mean, the bigger companies are not concerned about, what's going to happen to 10 years from now. I mean, they have a vacancy tomorrow and they fill it. So, but that is something that is going to happen, and hopefully we also will be able to show the midterm dynamics that will play in this kind of discussion. Just a word that Joseph mentioned on the silos. I mean, the silos are everywhere, also in the European Commission. But if we are looking for a truly interdisciplinary, comprehensive policy, there are at least 6 commissioners that are involved. I mean, first of all, we have Juncker himself. Then we have the commissioner responsible for migration, the first one ever to be nominated with this title in the EU. But also, very importantly, we have Mrs. Thyssen, who's responsible for employment in Europe, labor market. We have Commissioner Mimica, who's responsible for international development cooperation. I think it's an extremely important dimension, and you mentioned that too, of our policies, underdeveloped, which also means we got to have Mogherini to the table. And then, of course, we have the Dutch Commissioner, Timmermans, who's supposed to oversee all of that. So there are 6 people who are, who have to be involved in that. And I really think, Joe, this is one of the things we could look at. I mean, these people will meet from time to time. Maybe we could also think of you or someone going there and presenting the initiative of the forum and simply asking them, so what is it that you want us to do? Not immediately. I know that you are different, I mean, in the sense that I'm always looking for the next policy measure. You are looking for, making it more complex. Fine, but somehow we have to find a way to make that really policy relevant. Just one last thing, two last things. One, when working for Malmström in the asylum area, and I think that for her was one of her, maybe the biggest disappointment. Seeing people drowning in the Mediterranean, and she has been calling, and some of you know, for many, many years, for God's sake, let's start to resettle these people. Let's start to have member states, please issue humanitarian visa. Let's have a discussion about what solidarity means in this crisis situation. And the non-response of member states, I think, really went into her heart personally. And okay, I don't know what the new commissioner is going to say, but it's certainly something which I think is shameful. The way that the EU has responded, and as I say, of course, on a very personal level, but it is scandalous to see how little effort has been made by a number of member states. Allow me to say, on the solidarity, there are, and we've seen the data, there are 2 or 3 member states who take 70% of the asylum seekers today in Europe. This cannot continue. There are 10 to 15 member states who don't do a thing. Okay? They are a member of the European Union. They have subscribed to the European Treaty, which states about solidarity and sharing of responsibilities. I'm not inventing, it's in the treaty. So somehow these member states have to become part of the European Union. They cannot continue to ignore their responsibilities. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give the floor to Joe to speak another 5 minutes of wisdom. After your overdose, we're going to go for a drink.
Who am I to stand between a man or a woman and their martini?
George Clooney.
Right. No martini, no. Make no mistake. We created this forum in order to have a meaningful input into the policy-making process. But it's part of our self-understanding as academics and intellectuals that you first have to understand the problem in its complexity before you begin to think about what could be adequate solutions. So we are at the stage where we're trying to understand the problem in its complexity before we start thinking about policy options that are available. As a citizen, I'm concerned as everybody by 2,000 refugees are arriving, by member states who are not. But we have to understand both our limitations and our comparative advantage. And our comparative advantage, if we have a comparative advantage, is to think medium and long term, to see complexity before we arrive at, to inform a policy discussion, and we should stick to that self-understanding of who we are. I'm very, very cautious about help us tell the benefits. I said cautious. First of all, they're not self-evident to me at this stage. One of the most exciting things that happened in this day and a half was to have Joseph Karen speak, and immediately after him, David Miller, just to show what are benefits and what are costs are contestable and require careful thinking, and will, at the end of the day, depend on perspective, certain moral assumptions, certain policy priorities, etc. So we have to resist two things. First of all, not to stick the arrow and then draw the circle around it, the target around it. And secondly, we are a university. We are not an NGO. We are a university. We are not an NGO. We do not have an activist agenda. As a result of our work, activist agendas can be informed and empowered. But we lose everything if we lose sight of that issue of identity. The best, and I think it will be a major achievement of this first, there are going to be 10 or 12 more of these exercises, if we can come up with a clearer, better, richer framing of the questions. That will already be a huge achievement of this very first exercise of a 2-year forum, if simply we can come up with a better, clearer, deeper understanding of what the questions are, or what the challenges are. It's not going to be easy to do that, but that's the objective. That should be the follow-up of this forum. Wish us success. Thank you all very much.
Standing now between us and the martini.